Welcome to Post-Tsunami, where we talk about the life after the tsunami of sound, concert/marching band at Chalons High School. And today I am with Xandro. What's up, Xandro?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing pretty well. It's been a while, huh?
Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I didn't really start talking to you recently until like when we got into the whole Discord thing.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy recently. And I feel like it's important to like try to connect with a lot of your old friends in these times. Cuz like you need to make sure like you have those really important people around you, especially when things get really stressful. You always need to have someone back to talk to.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's what they say in the news a lot. Like,
Yeah.
make sure you keep in contact with all your people, and then also just in adult life in general, it's so hard to
Yeah.
like keep in contact with people because everyone has different schedules. Everyone is at different points in their life. Blah blah blah. Anyways, before we go on too much of a tangent, let's go ahead and do your introduction. Like, so for the people who don't know who you are.
Okay. So my name is Xandro Oliveros. I graduated from Channel Islands in 2012 with Duke. I was in band from freshman year to senior year, 2009, 2012, and I was in Drumline all 4 years.
Mhm.
I
And sorry, go ahead.
I played in Drumline the entire 4 years, but I did dabble in like saxophone and other kind of percussion in the symphonic band.
Yeah. Did you also do jazz band or any of the saxophone Christmases?
Yeah, I did. I did a couple of the saxophone Christmas. I even did a tuba Christmas too 1 year, I think.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah. In jazz band, drum set, good
Yep.
times.
And for the people who don't know who you are, like what kind of can you give us some context to what sort of bandy you were back then, or just kind of you in your high school days?
Oh man. I remember when I first joined Drumline, I didn't know anything about playing drums. Like
Mhm.
I got dragged to the tryouts by my ex. And like I turned out like liking it a lot, and I ended up getting the snare one position,
Mhm.
and it got me really, really interested in playing drums more. And then I proceeded to get the drumline captain position, I think by the end of my sophomore year. And I was captain for I think probably 3 years in my entire high school career. So I want to say that like me and you especially had that really cool like I remember people used to call us like the power couple or something like that. Because I was running the drum line, you were running the band. And yeah, I remember just being really involved in all of the events, all of the stuff we did as a band. Because I remember my mom also was the band. What was it called again? The what we do for the boosters.
Yeah, I know we had the band boosters. I don't know what position he had specifically, but I know your mom was pretty involved with the band.
Yeah. She was like band booster president, I think, my last 2 years too. But yeah.
Yeah, it's like we had the Senate and the House, and Terrell was the executive branch or something. I don't know. Like we had I think we worked pretty well, but I think we'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
So in high school, like because you were in that leadership position, did you feel like you were more responsible because of it?
Oh
Like
yeah.
that sort of forced you to be more I guess more like an adult with responsibilities, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely. I think that when you get into a sort of like a position like that in high school, when you're like under the age, you sort of really try to get to know, I guess, the nuances with different personalities in big groups, and especially with trying to play politics in like a high school setting.
Yeah, band politics.
Oh god. All the meetings, all of the drama. It's just becomes this like thing you have to overcome, but then after it all happens, you're really happy you go through it because it prepares you a lot for a lot of, like, like when you had to put on your big boy pants and have to just figure out how to deal with things when you're older.
Yeah, it's good. It's good like practice for the real world, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you would call it practice. 'Cause that's definitely how I felt. Like I didn't want to be in a leadership position, but I felt like I needed to do a good job because it was a representation of myself.
Yeah.
And if I did a crappy job, that kind of reflected, my work ethic. And so I didn't want to have a crappy work ethic. So I was like, all right, let's do a really good job. And not necessarily, my goal wasn't to leave a legacy. My job was just to do a good job.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
especially compared to the alumni before us, like the years before us.
Mm-hmm.
I think we had like a pretty high standard
Yeah.
to maintain or like surpass.
Mm-hmm.
So I think for me there was definitely a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and I feel like the thing that was also really important for me was to make sure I was having fun with it.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
because even though like you're put in this really cool position, you need to make sure you're even balancing like high school. Because like
Yep.
once junior year came around, I was like, oh snap, like I have to worry about drumline and band, but worry about my classes and trying to figure out colleges and stuff. Comes a lot, you know.
Yeah, yeah. And then especially when I feel like a lot of adults when they're or teachers when they're teaching, the high school kids,
Mm-hmm.
they kind of expect you to figure out what you want to do for like the rest of your life, which when you're a teenager, that I don't think you should be making that decision, when you're a teenager. Some people do that,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm sure for a lot of people, life has taken them through some crazy twists and turns,
Oh yeah,
um,
definitely.
where, where they're not even doing the thing that, they wanted to do,
Mm-hmm.
when they were in high school.
Yeah.
So when you were in high school, like, were you like the quieter person? Were you like really loud and out there? Uh,
I think I started off as like the quiet person. I think you and me both too.
yeah.
Because we were in this new environment when we first got into band our freshman year, and it was a lot different than what we had at Blackstock.
Yeah.
And I think like getting to know like a lot of the upperclassmen and just having their support and us breaking out of our shells is what really made us become a little more outgoing, but still a little like,
Reserved
hmm
or something like that.
yeah. I
Yeah.
think I think the biggest things that really pushed me out there was like those moments in during band camp where we would be hanging out after a big practice, or like we'd be hanging out like after like we've been marching for like hours all day. We're all tired, we're all complaining, but the thing is we're all there together and we're just having like the time of our lives.
Mhm. Yeah, and then also, we were like a fairly small group. So anyone that doesn't know our band, we were a very small band back then, probably 30 max, if that. Like I'm thinking
Oh
our
yeah.
freshman year, like our
Yeah,
freshman
yeah.
year.
Freshman year was like our tiniest, and
Yeah,
we were going through a lot. I feel like.
yeah, yeah. Um, so that was a crazy year. It was kind of intimidating for me because for me in my mind, I think of like if you're older, you know a lot more than I do in
Hmm.
my mind. So I think like there's like this hierarchical structure where if you're older, like you're up here and I'm down here, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
And so I feel like I don't want to say I'm looked down upon, but there's definitely like a level and I'm down below, if that makes sense. So that for me caused some intimidation, and I didn't realize that um, I was intimidated not because of the people themselves, but just the way I grew up in, my household and Vietnamese culture and all that.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, and
I
like we
kind
were,
of brought to the school.
uh-huh. And like we were saying earlier, it goes down to also the politics too. It's like those upperclassmen like were running everything, and they had this predetermined idea of what the band should be already, and we were just following in their footsteps. And then eventually it became our turn,
Yeah.
and that's when the roles are reversed, and we're like, we have all these new freshmen. It's like, all right, come, get into rank and file, and then start marching.
Mhm. Yeah, I definitely feel like when we joined, band and drumline was pretty like strict.
Oh yeah,
In terms of
it was
rules,
it
in
was
terms
very
of
separated too.
yeah. That's what I felt. I felt like drumline was this exclusive like club, and
Yeah,
I felt very like, hey, you're not one of us. It was there was a very like clear like line between like band and drumline, and
yeah,
we
yeah,
only coexisted because of like band like playing together.
yeah. I really didn't like that in the beginning.
Yeah.
Like coming in as a freshman, I didn't know really what like drumline was. I feel like a lot of people just like, oh yeah, I've seen the movie. Like, that's what everyone says.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, drumline, Nick Cannon,
Yeah.
and when we were like my freshman year, like you were saying, the drumline really felt like that exclusive club, and it's like
Yeah.
the only time we were even like needed to be around is when like we had like the marching. We were marching as a group during practices, and like any other
Great.
time, was like, oh, we have to be away for our practice because we're so important or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it really, I feel like, did a lot for the later years to make sure that the band and the drumline were integrated together more, because I feel like it just creates a better ecosystem.
Yeah. I think we did a pretty good job of like bridging that together.
Hmm.
Because yeah,
Yeah.
when we first joined band, they were very separated. But I think by the time we left high school, they were very much like integrated.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Totally.
like they were pretty cool with each other. Like everyone knew everyone else in band, everyone in drumline, or everyone in band knew who the drumline people were.
Hmm. Hmm.
Of course, drumline did their own thing, but it wasn't so like there wasn't like this wall between um, band and drumline. Uh,
Yeah.
and that's something that continues to this day. Occasionally, when I go back,
Hmm.
um, there's not that wall between between the two. Like they're still fairly integrated. So
Hmm.
I didn't really think about it, but I think that's something that we kind of left behind is like that integration,
Yeah.
and it's still around today.
That
So I don't
that's
know if
good.
it's a good thing or a bad thing.
I think that's great to hear.
Yeah.
Especially seeing the lowest lows and seeing how far they've come. Like I'm like what was I gonna say? Like I'm sad I can't go back as often since I live so far away. Because I'm in San Jose,
Mhm.
and that's like a 5-hour drive, and I work pretty much full time. And I'm just glad there like there's more kids coming in, and they're just enjoying playing the drums and playing with their friends and they're nurturing those like good experiences with each other
Yeah.
and fostering the next generation of drummers, which I
Right.
thought
Right.
which I thought was like my main thing really wanted to leave for drumline is making sure that family is staying together like throughout the years of their high school career and even beyond that. Because
Yeah.
even now, like my closest friends I talk to now from high school are exclusively my drumline friends,
Mhm.
just because we've gone so close through all of our experiences and just
Mhm.
been being there for each other through thick and thin.
Right. And it's super important to keep it like still keep that mentality of like family and that and having fun and learning these skills.
Hmm.
Because I've seen like other drum lines and other band programs, and sometimes it feels like a little too strict, and I know that deters some people away. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Because for some other bands, it's like for band camp, it's like a 9 to 9 thing where you're there
Hmm.
like the whole day, and during the school year, like band is everything. You can't do anything else. You can't do tennis. You can't do football. You
Yeah.
can't do mock trial. Like none of that. Like band is like everything. And I'm glad that our band didn't function like that because you
Mhm.
could still
Mhm.
do all the other things that you're interested in while
Mhm.
still doing band because we were like fairly casual
Yeah. Yeah.
compared to some other bands.
Mhm. I really like that we were super casual about everything. Like God bless Terrell for being so cool with us.
Yes.
He
Yes.
was like the best band director I could ever ask for.
Uh-huh.
He like let us do everything.
Yeah, yeah.
And then like it's like comparing to the other high schools in our district, it's like, man, we got good with Terrell.
Yeah, we had a good crowd.
At
Yeah,
least we didn't have like a band director like Oxnard High, when they're
yeah, yeah.
literally looks like a military.
Yeah, very completely different band structure.
Yeah.
They were probably the most organized and most competitive group, and at least for me, there was always this like rivalry, even though we didn't interact with like directly with each other that often,
Mhm.
like as a band.
Yeah.
I still feel like because they were like super competitive and they were super organized, we saw them as kind of like, oh, these guys are like super tryhards, so to speak, you know.
Yeah.
But no, they just had a different band structure and they have different goals,
Oh
so
yeah. Oh yeah.
it's not apples to apples comparison.
Mhm. Totally.
Yeah, and then I think Pacifica was fairly strict as well.
Mhm.
Just their band director in general, not necessarily the program. Um, let's see.
I know why Nimi was a little more relaxed, but a lot more
Yeah,
busier. Because
yeah,
the one thing that set apart us from the other high schools is that we didn't do field shows.
yeah. We were the only group that didn't do it.
Yeah.
At least competitively.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
which is funny because since we don't do field shows competitively, that actually frees up a lot of time because
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
you can do field shows competitively. Um, but at the end of the day, like, is it worth spending all that time? You know, because
Yeah.
there's a lot of other things that even the band itself, could be doing a whole bunch of other things instead of being like super competitive in field
Mhm.
shows. Like they could be doing like parades, like small gigs around the city.
Mhm.
Um,
Mhm.
um,
And also just being more involved in the community.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I
I
think that's
remember.
more impactful.
Yeah. I remember when my mom was still working at that preschool. I remember for that one Christmas in, I think, junior. I think no, it was our sophomore year.
Uh,
Like I think it was like every weekday for a week we had a different performance from our music program. I think one day it was drumline, one day it was the saxophone Christmas, then it was the tuba Christmas.
then
And
it-
like I
yeah,
remember like hearing a lot of the kids just get so excited. It's like because they were not able to get that opportunity to be close to those instruments.
right.
And especially being from Oxnard, which isn't really well off in certain neighborhoods.
Yeah.
That's really something that I think the community really benefits from is the like music.
Mhm.
And like I know from being a member of the band that I wasn't able to get a lot of those opportunities to go travel a lot unless I was in band. And that was something I really, really cherished from my experience in band, was it being able to go travel around, play music, and just literally just like I guess sort of like spread the awareness of music and also the like just the excellence and just just a good time because it's just music. It's great.
Yeah. The power of music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like music's great because no matter like what background you are, like where you come from,
Mhm.
you can still enjoy it. Like music like doesn't discriminate.
Mhm. Yeah.
Um, so like even if you don't speak the same like language, you can still like enjoy like a tune together.
Oh yeah. It's because I
Yeah.
feel like because like music is like a language of itself.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It,
It's the language that transcends all languages.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's cool. It's cool like it's cool that you can take a sheet of music and you can give it to like a Brazilian trumpet player and like a Canadian trumpet player, and like as long as they're at the same skill level in terms of like their music, they can both understand it.
Yeah.
Which I think is like super powerful.
Oh yeah.
Because there's not a lot of things. There's not a lot of things that can connect people in that way, like so fast, and so quickly. And I think that music is awesome for allowing that to happen. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I guess what I'm trying to say is like music is a cool like bonding. I don't want to say tool, but
bonding agent.
Yeah, bonding agent. Okay, let's move on to the old band stories and Cheeseman drama. So, do you have anything that like jumps out that you have to talk about?
I know some people that were in band like our years might know about the drumline rapture. Is what we called it.
Okay, I think yeah. Let's get into the drumline rapture. So, I guess take it from the very beginning, like what happened, what caused it, like for the people that have no idea what the drumline rapture was, like give us some background information on it.
I don't feel like I should use names, but because I want this to be like them to see this one day and be like, oh shit, they're talking smack about me.
No, yeah, you can keep it like as high level as possible. We don't need to we don't need to point people out.
Okay, so going back into my freshman year of right before my freshman year of high school, I remember we had a pretty small drum line because we're literally like the day after tryouts, everyone on the drum line quit. Like this was before I even started high school. And this
was what year was this?
This was in 2000 and this was still 2008, I think. Okay. Well, this isn't the drumline rapture yet. This is like the pre-drumline rapture.
Okay. Okay.
So like right before I started high school, or right before the summer before my freshman year, everyone that was like in drumline before the new tryouties quit because someone they didn't like become captain, or someone they didn't like tried out and was made captain. And
like, why didn't they like that person becoming captain? It was just like they didn't like him as a person, or they thought they would be like they weren't fit to be captain?
I feel like it was just like people who were just playing favorites. It's like, oh man, I wanted this person to be captain. This person's gonna be captain now only because they were with this person.
Yeah.
And it's like right after that moment, I didn't know exactly the extent of what was about to happen for these next few years of drumline, because I at first wanted to become a bass drummer in my drumline. But then I got put onto snare, and snare 1 to be exact, because the section leader quit because of the whole drumline captain fiasco.
Yep.
And I remember that entire summer of drumline practice, we were just figuring out, all right, these people can be on these instruments, these people can be on these instruments, these people can be on these instruments, and just a big like shuffling around just to make sure like the drumline was like functional.
Yeah.
And like we tried our best to do like tryouts that year. I wasn't as active in the drumline yet because I was still a freshman, still trying to figure out everything in band and drumline. And I think coming into middle of my freshman year, I think majority of the drumline was fed up by this captain. So that at a point that person would actually stop coming to practices, and the drumline practices would only be run by like the section leaders as a whole, and like the entire drumline just practicing together, not really knowing what to do. Because also remember, these, like, the members at the time weren't really as experienced as the members before that quit, so we didn't know any of the older songs that they knew, or like any of the things that we need to be worried about at the later years. And I remember when everyone decided that we were going to quit, the I remember the feeling of like, oh man, this mean like Drumline's dead? Because I remember like it was, or like, sucked. I remember even Terrell got involved or something like that, and we were just trying to figure out how we could save the drumline without trying to, like, destroy it. Because I feel like I didn't know much about this captain before I got into high school, but then after the few months of like the football season and everything, or I sort of agreed with everyone. It's like, she's not the best captain, and like I was a freshman, I didn't really know what else to do. Yeah. And at that point, everyone in the drumline quit except for the captain. So technically, she was the only member of the drumline at the time, and everyone else was shifted over to the percussion of the CI band.
Yeah, the percussion.
That's how it got really weird, because like we were saying earlier, the exclusivity of drumline and like the pre-existing like boundaries that the CI drumline and the marching band had. Oh, sorry, I hit my mic stand. But yeah, they had these boundaries, and it was really weird because like I remember at one point the captain at the time was like telling us, "Oh, you can't use the drumline equipment anymore because it's the drumline stuff. You're not a part of the drumline." And it was just really, really weird because the drumline was basically like non-existent. Mm-hmm. But then at a point during that year, that captain actually stopped going to our school. Just ended up becoming, I think, just finished up the rest of her like high school just doing classes from home, I guess, for some reason. I think she even graduated early and left CI before her senior year.
So at that point, drumline was just in limbo.
Yeah, it was. And I remember at the end of the year, like a bunch of us like banded together, and it's like, all right, let's just get the drumline again. It's like, what's stopping us? And I remember we got so excited to start the drumline again, and the previous captain found out and like brought it up to Terrell, and there's this whole drama with that. And then I believe we finally came to terms together, and we tried our best to like get along again, like the previous captain and the new leadership, because we basically elected our own captain of the people that like seceded from the drumline. And with that elected captain, with the previous captain, because I think the big problem we had in the beginning was that person was the only captain, and that's what's a big problem, is because like all the powers with one person is like, if they say no, it's like we can't do anything,
Is that why like ever since then there were always a co-captain? There were always two.
Well, I remember before there was always two captains. Mm-hmm. But it's just like, since like the circumstances of that particular like summer, there was only one captain, and that's what made it so bad.
I see.
Yeah. And or actually by the time it was the end of our freshman year, the drumline was back together with the old captain and our newly elected captain. And everything went pretty well, I think, for the most part. I remember our sophomore year, we also collaborated with Drumline Revolution, which people at home don't know. It was the Wainimi High School drumline. but they dubbed themselves Drumline Revolution.
Mhm.
And then I think for most of our sophomore year, which is 2009, 2010, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did sort of like a mega drumline.
Yeah, where we combined CI's and Wainimi's drumline.
Yeah.
I mean, that's before we get into the Drumline Revolution stuff, because
Yeah.
that's like a whole nother topic. I just want to give you like my perspective on like the whole like drumline rapture part,
Oh yeah.
and like what I saw from like me as a band person looking from the outside, and
Oh yeah.
me not being involved with like any of the drama.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
like that's pretty eye opening. I had no idea like any of this was going on. I just remember like, oh, drumline's not a thing. Like, okay. So like to substitute that during concert season, I remember we had a drum group called the Drum Ensemble,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and it was like, hey, so this was like a group that Terrell, you know, created, and it was like, hey, band people, old drumline people, like let's come together and make like I guess concert music, but in more of like a drum context instead of like just like
Yeah.
a strictly symphonic winds orchestra like
Mm-hmm.
context. So it's very much like a concert band, but more drum heavy.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
and
I remember that now.
yeah.
It's all coming back to me now.
Yeah, we played what was the name of the song? Ichano? That was a cool song. It was like a Latin tune.
Oh
Um
yeah. Yeah.
and this was back in the day where in the band room had like a whole lineup of like djembes. Cuz right now, believe it or not, those djembes are not there anymore.
What?
Yeah, I've
We
been
had so many.
we had so many, like probably a classroom's worth of djembes.
Dude, seriously, a
Um,
classroom's worth. I remember
yeah.
coming into the band room on one of my off periods, and I just see Terrell having his entire class in a circle with all the drums going crazy.
Yeah. And I think we held some like workshops too,
Yeah.
like some
Yeah.
weird events.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, so this drum ensemble, we used a lot of those djembes and a lot of like the auxiliary units or percussion that the band had.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember that like a lot of people weren't involved with like the drum ensemble, but I think from Terrell's perspective, it was like to get the drummers to still play drums while not being related to the drumline drama, the
Yeah.
drumline rupture.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so there's that part that I remember. What else? So when the drumline got back together, was this towards the tail end of our freshman year, which was like 2009,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that summer.
Uh-huh. This was near the end. This was near the end of the school year, actually.
Oh, okay.
It was like right before the tryout season, because we were trying to get tryouts going, but then the previous captain found out we were doing tryouts, and that's when she wanted to step in, and that's why she went to Terrell.
Mhm.
And Terrell was like, "All right, we need to make a compromise to make everyone happy," because Terrell, he doesn't want to get.
Yeah. Which is weird because the previous captain doesn't even go there anymore. So it's like,
Yeah.
why?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of strange.
Uh-huh.
So like, was she just trying to? Was the previous captain trying to like stick to like tradition? Was there like a way about going things in terms of like how the drumline organization should be, or they were just like very strict?
I
Like,
feel
hey,
like
this is what this should be.
it's a mix of everything. I feel it was like some of it was like personality. She didn't really get along with a lot of people, and it's like I hate to say it, but like early drumline was a lot of hazing. I know I don't know if that's something you've touched on before in like previous
Yeah,
podcasts.
we have, yeah.
Like hazing and drumline was bad. like looking back at it now as an adult, I'm like, shh, oh no, that should not be going on.
Yeah.
Because remember, like even initiation. Did you ever see that?
Yeah, I
When
did. The previous podcast we touched on like the initiation stories.
God,
I think Natasha went into some detail about it, and Patty as well.
oh, so bad. It was so bad.
Yeah, it seemed like from what I've heard from them from the previous podcast, it seemed very like safe. Like
Yeah,
it wasn't like just straight up hazing where like you were physically hurt or something like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
It seemed very like playful and
Uh
yeah, it made you uncomfortable because you have like a freaking pie in your face or something.
huh. Dude,
But
we would. It was like really bad. Like when I got initiated,
Mhm.
is because like the previous members that have been initiated before me during that year, like they were ready. Like they had pots full of like old food, like stuff that you could just smell from like a mile away. It was really bad. Ugh. I'm having flashbacks. PTSD.
yeah, I'm gonna
But
guess
yeah,
you don't want to go into like details about the previous hazing.
well, it was mostly just like, it's like with any sports, it's like, oh snap, you're late, go run a lap, like go do tees, go do invisible chairs. It's like it's not really sort of like I hate to say like bad hazing and good hazing, because it's like one thing is like endurance, because I feel like doing tees, doing invisible chairs, yes, it's hazing, but it's pretty good for endurance.
Yeah,
I know like doing a lot of that stuff is sort of exercise if you think about it,
yeah.
because like you're developing your core, you're getting like better posture. But like there were times where this previous captain would be like yelling at us because we messed up something in like a drumline performance rehearsal, and we'd be like, she'd yell at us and tell us tease for half an hour, and then like everyone's just like, because you remember the old practice area at the college park, like we would just be on the black pavement, just like standing in the sun. It's like in the middle of summer. We're all getting
Wow.
sunburn, sun in our eyes. Because remember,
Yeah,
we're not allowed to wear sunglasses,
right.
which I think was stupid. But like, yeah, but yeah, it was like, yeah, there was not really a lot of good communication also, because the previous captain was trying to create her vision of the perfect drum line
Yeah.
and try to make us like try to reason with us and making us, I guess, do a lot more work than we should, I guess, because the expectations were like well above us, and we were just like this fresh new little drumline that was just trying to get our feet back on the ground.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that strictness.
mhm, yeah, but luckily we were able to get it back together at the end. But then, like, eventually, she just completely like fell off the face of the earth, and like no one has heard of her since. Yeah. Mhm. Oh, I forgot to mention, like,
Yep.
I think the part that made us really salty also was that right when everyone quit, she confiscated all of the Drumline's trophies.
Uh,
So literally every like award the Drumline got before 2009, that person has. And it's
they are
like,
right now.
I know, right?
They're just like on eBay, like on...
And like there were awards from like Pismo and like other drumline competitions that the drumline before our years like really
Yeah,
like achieved, and like were really like big milestones for
yeah,
the Channel Islands High School drumline. And then like just because this person was like not on the not in a I don't want to say she was not on the good side of it of everyone, but like she just didn't agree with everyone and just felt like it was her responsibility to like keep all the trophies for herself because like they're not the CI Drumline. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah.
So were there trophies from like the 1970s in there? Like we're talking like really old trophies?
Honestly, I don't even remember because it just happened so quickly. Because
Mm,
the thing is, like as a freshman, you don't really notice these small details like this until later on.
yeah.
So I don't even know how many trophies that person has anymore. I know
Yeah.
there was at least 4, because they used to be like all over that window, or all
Oh
across
yeah, yeah,
that
yeah.
window in the drum
Yep.
room.
Mhm.
But yeah.
Hmm. Interesting. I didn't know about that detail at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, because when I was in the band room, I would look, in the band room. I mean, we have trophies everywhere,
We
and
have
I didn't know.
trophies in boxes in that extra room in the
Yeah,
back.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'm like, yeah, so yeah. If someone like steals like 2, we're not gonna notice it on
Yeah.
BH. Like there's so many
Uh-huh.
trophies.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah. Really messed up. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's all right though. I think the important part is that we still tried our best to keep that legacy of the drumline, of just being together as a family, because I feel like that was honestly good for the drumline going through that whole ordeal. Because like I said before in the beginning, is that creating that family, that like tight knit community between each other, making sure that everyone has each other's backs, to make sure that like when you're in these kind of organizations, is that you need to make sure that when you're in these difficult situations, that to make sure that you're not, I want to say, taking anything bad away from it, but trying to build upon it. Because the thing is, like, the way life goes is that, like, you just get what you get. It's like, if something hits you in the face, you just got to deal with it. You just got to learn from it and move on.
Like there are some things that we can't control, but
Mm-hmm.
we can control our reactions to
Yeah.
things.
Yeah. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if you had a follow-up
No,
thought
no.
on that. Okay. Um, Interesting. And then also a unintended consequences. I think it's a good thing because of the whole like rupture thing that 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 essentially like broke the wall between like band and drumline.
Oh, yeah.
And so that I don't want to say like forced the integration, but that like promoted, us to be like one group, like one
Mm-hmm.
organization instead of just,
Mm-hmm.
two with like this wall in between
Yeah.
between us.
Yeah. It made the unity of like the music department of our school just a lot more tight knit.
Yeah, yeah. And then also going into our sophomore year, you know how that class is massive? There's like
Oh god,
20, 30 of them because
dude.
there's a lot. There's a lot of them. I think because they were such a large group and they were such a large like feeder class into
Mm-hmm.
CI's band. Um, it was it was hard to or like it was easier for them to get along with each other because they were all in the same class.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
like that feeder group because they were all in the same class that promoted like people to working together. Like they were all very like comfortable with each other already.
Mm-hmm.
It's a junior high band.
Yeah.
Um and I think that just promoted even more like, closeness between like drumline and
Mm-hmm.
the bands.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even think about that until now, actually. That's crazy.
Yeah, and it's honestly, now thinking back to it, I'm glad we went through that our freshman year because it set us up for a good sophomore year. Because
Yeah.
I know, I feel like our sophomore year, our like band really thrived
Oh yeah.
because after a really like thirsty year of just like not having enough members to do a lot of things, and
We have this
then like
wave of people.
we just get everyone in. It's like, oh snap, we have like 50 people marching. Man, we need to really make sure we're guiding.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that year was crazy. I think a lot of the previous podcasts, were from people from that class.
Mm-hmm.
And so they always say, well, when I ask them like, what was your favorite year of band? It was that year.
Mm-hmm.
It was that year when we were sophomores, when the class of 2010 was still there.
Oh yeah.
They were like a very good like leadership group to kind of like lead the way for us.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like fairly musically talented as well, and
Mm-hmm.
like very dedicated too.
Mm-hmm.
And they cared about the organization a lot.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah. And also, I don't know about you, but like the class of 2010, especially from being bandies our freshman year, going through those experiences, like these people were our role models. And then like, because the thing is, I
Exactly.
feel like this lingering thought in our head was like, oh snap, what happens when they leave?
Mhm.
Because I think by the time sophomore year came around, I remember me and you were thinking like, oh snap, there's not really a lot of juniors above us when we were sophomores.
Yeah, it was just Enrique and Janice
Yeah.
at the
And
time.
we didn't know
Yeah.
like what next was going on. And I remember we were just trying to figure that out. And we thought we were going to be lost without the 2010 people.
Yeah, we were forced into like a leadership role. Like even
Yeah.
at least for myself, I can't speak for you, but for me, when I tried out for drumline, like I felt like I had to do it, not because I wanted to do it,
Oh, wait. You mean for drum major? You said drum
Yeah,
line.
yeah, sorry, drum major. For drum major when we were trying out for drum major, like I felt like I had to do that.
Oh yeah. I honestly remember like I don't know if you remember this, but I remember you really didn't want to go. But I
No,
remember
I didn't.
I remember you
No.
didn't go to the first day of tryouts, but I did
Uh-huh.
before I was even interested in
Okay,
becoming that.
I don't remember that at all.
You don't?
No.
I remember the first day of tryouts came around,
Uh-huh.
and I was there with Julian. I think like two other bandies. I forgot who else was there, but it was me and them and Julian. And I remember you weren't there yet. I was like, "Wait, Duke's not here? He has to be drum major, or he has to try for drum major." And like, I was thinking in my head, like, I'm trying out for drum major, but I'm like in drumline, and I'm like I think at the time I was the first lieutenant for drumline, because in case people listening don't know, there was at the time there were four major, what are they called again?
Positions.
Like chain of command.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah.
It from like bottom to top, it was sergeant at arms, first lieutenant, co-captain, and captain. Technically, the captain and co-captain were the same position, but they were just name differences. But whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was a lieutenant at the time, and I didn't really think I was gonna be captain yet, or it didn't really click in my head that I had the possibility of even trying out to be captain. And I remember I was stuck in this position, like, which one should I go to?
Remember that part. Yeah.
And I remember, like, by the second day of drum major trials, I was like, dude, get over here. Dude, get over here.
Okay.
And I remember, like, you finally started trying out for the drum major. I'm like, yes, he did it. And I think by like the third or fourth day of the drum major tryouts, I like dipped out of it, because that actually I think the following days I actually became the drumline captain. I think because of I think some things happened, and I became captain my sophomore year, which is honestly surprising. And I think it was like super exciting to me knowing that I became a captain of drumline, because I've never been in that leadership role before.
Yeah.
And then like I was honestly like in the background just like cheering you on. It's like, you got to be the drum major. We could be we'll rule the
Senate and the House together.
We'll control both sides.
Yeah.
But yeah, then you became drummer, and so I'm like, ugh. Go team 2000 class of 2012.
Yeah, go team.
Like the four of us.
Yeah, like we weren't even like a big band back then until until like the next class, 2013 came in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember you dipping out of drum major tryouts because you had to do like your drumline things. So I was like, okay, that's understandable.
Yeah.
I remember the three that came to the drum major tryouts were 8th graders at the time. They weren't even part of the band.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was. Who were the three? I think it was Taylor, Aronell. There was a third person that tried out.
I don't
forgot who it
remember.
was. I don't remember. I want to say Sam, but I don't know. I don't remember. But I remember three of them came, and I mean, looking at it retroactively, I'm like, if I was at Julian, which was the current drum major at the time, if I was Julian, why would I pick an 8th grader? They don't have any experience with the current band. Like that alone is enough to, I don't want to say discredit, but that's enough to like pick the person which has, at least a year's worth of experience in the band, which is me.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm glad they tried out. That was pretty cool that they tried out like as junior high students, because I never would have had the balls to do that if I was an 8th grader.
Yeah.
I would be way too intimidated. But
and I think also like the cool thing about us being in these leadership positions that I think the older like the older members at the time like knew us to be out. I think they would think of us as more responsible because we both had we both had siblings that were previously in the band, and they were both like in also like sort of leadership roles and like important roles. And I feel like I don't want to say they were biased, but but yeah, it's like I feel like they had enough hope in us to really carry on their legacy and really foster, like I said, foster the next generation of bandies.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot at the time.
Yeah.
But I'm really glad I went through it because I had a ton of like personal like development, because of that. I would be a completely different person, I feel like, if I didn't do that, if I wasn't in that leadership role.
Yeah, like Duke, as your friend in high school and as someone that's known you literally since like kindergarten, like first grade, you grew a lot into that like drum major position, and I'm honestly so glad that like I dragged you to the drum major tryouts, because like I feel like having those experiences, those things that we're not too sure at first that is going to be a good thing for us, but in like the long term it's like one of the best experiences ever.
Yeah, Xandro, I really appreciate you for dragging my ass.
Oh, you know me.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you knew me my freshman year or before, I mean, I'm still kind of quiet, nowadays, but now I'm a lot more like out there, I guess. I can be, I'm a lot more blunt, that's for sure. I think that's just from being being an adult.
Yeah.
Definitely not as shy, not as timid, not as quiet. Still those things to an extent.
Yeah.
But I think I'm a lot more like outgoing nowadays.
Yeah. I think that's what band did to all of us.
Yeah.
It just broke our shells and just made us more outgoing.
Yeah, and then I wanted to foster that organization so that it's a very like safe place to like grow. Because I think if your organization is too strict, that could like hinder some of that personal growth.
Yeah,
like,
and it like takes the fun away from it.
Yeah, exactly.
And it just becomes a job, and it's like no one wants a job in high school.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because like as an adult, you think, hey, these kids are like working 12 hours a day, like to do this field show. That's like a job, guys.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, like like since I moved to San Jose, like I've seen a couple of the other high schools in the area, and those
Yeah.
guys, they do a lot of field shows.
Yep.
They have these like
Yep.
these sponsors, like their band boosters are like on point. They're like doing these shows that are like 8 hours away.
Yep.
They're taking plane trips back and forth, and they're like still juggling school, doing college applications, and it's like, oh my god, you go kid, you
Yeah,
get
you
that
guys are doing a
scholarship.
lot. Yeah. Like you guys are doing a lot.
Yeah,
I'm glad our band was not like that. We
yeah.
were, as Andrew said, we were like a guerrilla band. You know, we were just
Well,
like,
that was good. Well said.
yeah, it was a lot of fun. Like, and I like the aspect of how it was like it was a student run organization, predominantly student run organization.
Yeah.
And we can thank Terrell for that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And yeah, that gave a lot of power to, you know, the students who are part of the leadership. And if the band was really good that year, it was because of the leadership.
Yeah.
You know? And then conversely, you know, if the band was really bad that year, you know, you can blame the leadership. But I like how, you know, the students had a direct impact on the band itself. You know, there wasn't like Terrell just like shouting orders at us. You know, the success of the band was on the members themselves. And
yeah, and I think that's a really good dynamic for. I don't know if it'll work for like all bands, but I think it just especially worked for like our situation of bands.
yeah,
And just like, because the thing is, like, we were doing like we had practices over summer before Terrell even walked into the band room that year.
yep,
And it's like, I remember it was at a point where I was so close with the office people that they just gave me the keys to the band room to just open it up in the morning. Do you remember that? I remember it's like Terrell, because Terrell would have to commute from the LA area, and that took him like 2.5 hours or something.
Yeah,
Or
it
something.
was fairly far away for like a teacher.
Yeah,
or just someone to commute in general.
Yeah, and I remember also he didn't even have like a first period sometimes.
Yeah,
and I think like a lot of the time that he wasn't around, it really put us into a position where it's like, oh snap, teacher's not around, we have to be the teachers.
Yeah. Which I love because, you know, that it's scary at the time, but you know, that forces us to develop as a person.
Yeah.
You know?
And it's like, it makes us more responsible.
Yeah.
And it really prepared us to becoming adults.
Yeah.
Because like having a classroom full of your peers, and you're the one on the podium, like directing, like conducting, like people, they're looking at you. They're looking at like the leader of the room right now. And that's what I think is really cool about like the whole dynamic of a band class, and just the music room in general, is that like when you're in there, it's like you know, you have like the arc, you have all the positions, you know where the trumpets go, you know where the saxes go, where all the stands are and everything. And then once the class period starts, when someone's on the podium, it's like everyone looks at the person on the podium. It's like it's their turn to speak. They're directing, they're conducting, you know. And it's like it teaches I guess the younger minds that it's really, there's a time to listen, there's a time to speak. And that's where it creates, like we were saying before, the unity and the cohesiveness of just being in a big group, and just being sure that everyone's, I don't want to like turn this into a pun, but everyone's in time with each other or something like that. Because if everyone's not at the same tempo, it just doesn't work. You're not gonna succeed.
Yeah, there was like a common goal that we had. At least I think that's what we had back then. Like we had a common goal of just making music and doing it well and having fun at the same time.
Yeah,
because you know, if you're not having fun, you know, what's the point of being here, you know? What was I gonna say? Oh, when subs would sub for Terrell, they were like amazed at how we would just basically run the class
Yeah.
like ourselves. They
Yeah.
were shocked because like just think about it. We're a room full of teenagers, 13, 14, 15, 16. You know, usually it's a freaking nightmare to be a teacher in that group.
Mhm.
But you know, if you're the sub or like the teacher, you're like, what the hell? These kids are like on point with like everything. They're quiet, they're attentive, they listen to the person who's on the podium. Like
Mhm.
that's
Mhm.
crazy to see, you know, as an adult if you're seeing that for the first time. And
Yeah.
especially us because we were a student run organization, that was just how we functioned.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the
That
norm
was
for
just like,
us.
yeah, it was just another day for us. Like, oh.
Uh-huh. And like that substitute got an easy like couple bucks that day because all they had to do was just sit in the corner.
Yeah, exactly. Like they're on the phone or it was an easy clap for them, right?
Yeah.
um yeah, you know, I remember one of the English teachers that subbed for Terrell one day. She was my English teacher for like a week. I don't
Mhm.
know if you remember her, Miss Kavan.
I
She's not
remember.
even
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, I
she's not
remember
even Miss
her.
Kavan anymore. She got married. But yeah, she subbed one day, and you know, she saw I was on the podium, and she was just amazed that I was like leading the band because she knows me as like the very quiet, like, you know, timid student that sits,
Mhm.
you know, in the front of
Yeah.
her English class. And
Yeah.
then she sees that when she subs for band, it's completely different dynamic. They were like, "What the hell is going on?"
I feel
Yeah,
like that's a lot of the band geeks in those early years. It's like in a lot of the other classrooms, they would just be the quiet kid in the back in the corner doing something. Or but then once it became band class, like all the band geeks are in one spot, about to get loud in here.
but
It's
yeah.
like what period did we have band our sophomore year, freshman year?
Fourth period.
Yeah, it was like right after nutrition break. It's like it's about to get loud in the quad.
Yeah, yeah.
The doors
Um,
open, just playing everything.
yeah, it was great. Yeah, our freshman year band was third period, so like you can go to the band room during nutrition break, and we were gonna go to like
Yeah,
it was third period.
everyone touched space. I feel like
Yeah,
in between classes, because
yeah.
like I also think that we didn't even have a need for lockers because we just had our own band lockers.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was great. I love that little
Oh,
perk.
so
I just used the band lockers as our just like regular lockers. It was great.
I know we didn't
I mean,
have to pay for anything.
exactly. I eventually got a regular locker, but it was nice to have that
Yeah.
because I think when the band got bigger, that was a big problem because
Hmm.
we didn't have the space for like 50 people's books. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so like we were like, all right, guys, no more books. Like I know that kind of sucks, but it's starting to become a big problem.
Yeah, especially with those bigger sections, because I know that
Yeah,
it's I don't know how the band locker is now, but the
still bad.
having to like having to like partition like who gets what corner of this like closet or who gets this side of the, you know what I mean? It just becomes this whole thing. It's like, whose thing is this? It's I didn't even who got this thing from the vending machine and left it here for 2 weeks, you know? It's like, you know how many Powerade bottles we found all over in the band room?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That was back when the school sold Powerade, the
Oh
vending
god.
machines. I
Like
don't know
the
if they
the
still do.
Powerade Zeros. Oh
Yeah,
god,
yeah,
those
yeah.
tasted so bad.
Yeah, the blue ones.
Yeah.
They were like really unhealthy for you, probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hmm.
We also had those ice cream machines too.
Oh
You remember that?
yeah.
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 I
I
always got the
think
strawberry ones.
oh yeah, those were the good ones. We just had it for like 1 year and then I think it just disappeared, right? Or something.
Yeah, then it's not there anymore. Yeah, yeah. I got the
Hmm.
strawberry paletas. They were like
Hmm.
really,
Really
really
good.
um. This is a side note. There was this one time where it was like the Friday before spring break,
Uh-huh.
and we just had the butter braid fundraiser, right? And like we got
Butter braid.
yeah, butter braid is so good. Um, my favorite one was the Bavarian cream. That was the best one.
Oh, Bavaria, the Bavaria cream.
Yeah, the Bavarian cream. That one was so good. I love that one.
Oh
Um,
man.
but anyways, Angel got his order and he forgot it, the butter braid in the band room over spring break.
Oh god.
And for the people who don't know what butter braid is, butter braid was it was like this like croissant, like I don't know what you call it. It was like a dessert croissant, like
Oh,
I don't want to say cake.
it's like a fold over pastry or something.
Yeah, it was like a folded over pastry, kind of had the texture of a croissant, and on the inside it had like different flavors.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
there was like there was the Bavarian cream. I think there was like a strawberry flavor.
Yeah,
Um,
it was basically like a filled puff pastry that hasn't been baked yet, right?
yeah, and yeah, it was a fundraiser, and these butter braids, when you get them, they come in frozen. And what you're supposed to do is that when you want to bake them, you unwrap it, you put it on whatever your baking sheet, and over the course like 2 or 3 hours, it expands by itself because
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whatever dough they use. So it expands by itself, and then 2 or 3 hours later, that's when you put it into the oven, right?
Mm-hmm.
So because Angel left them in the band locker room and they weren't in the fridge, they expanded by themselves like over the course of that week. And when we came back, like it was nasty. It was like
Oh
freaking
god.
guts coming out of the boxes that they threw in. It was pretty bad.
Which locker did you leave it in? Did you leave it in like the low brass area?
I think it was like the trumpet lockers. You know that
Oh,
corner next to the
oh
microphone,
yeah, the trumpet corner.
the trumpet corner? Yeah. It was pretty bad.
Oh
Um,
man, that was funny.
yeah. I'm sure the banner room smelled pretty bad.
Yeah,
But
we sold some like a variety of things I think throughout high school.
yeah. It was butter braid. There was the Raider roast, like the coffee. You remember that?
What year did we do? What year did we do that?
It was, I think it was our sophomore year.
Oh, it's all a blur, but I think I remember it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. I know. Drumline. We sold chocolate. I remember I was in charge of all of that, and like when we got all the chocolate, I was like, oh my god, there's so much freaking chocolate.
Yeah, the world famous chocolate.
Yeah. We had so many in the drum room. We like made a fort out of it during break or something. We also did clobs, clob. I don't even know what they're called. Clob boppers. Remember those little like it was like a chocolate crispy like snack. It was, ugh.
Oh, on the outside, it was crispy, and then on the inside, it was like a
It was
cream.
like no. It was like chocolate on the outside and then like really like crispy in the inside.
Oh,
Do you remember at all?
no.
It was a quick fundraiser. They
Oh,
actually
okay.
they actually sold pretty well, but
Oh, that's
they were just a pain to manage because we just had
oh yeah.
so many bags full of them.
Yeah.
Dude, fundraising was such a pain in high school.
Yeah, it was a pain for us in high school because we didn't have I guess the financial like finesse. Like we didn't our organization was not set up
Yeah.
to have fundraisers like that. We weren't Oxnard or probably
hmm
Pacifica or any of like the big other high schools.
Yeah.
Uh,
I remember when we were trying to figure out fundraisers, we just really didn't know what to do because like
yeah,
coming from like I think like our band wasn't as well funded as the other
yeah,
bands in the area. I mean, like it wasn't a bad thing. We still had a great time, but
yeah.
there was just certain things that we couldn't do for like obvious reasons because we weren't like as funded.
Yeah, we didn't have the money.
hmm
Physically didn't have the money. And it's not because we were lazy, it's just like we didn't have prior experience basically being a business.
yeah,
Right? Like when we're
yeah.
fundraising, you basically have to be a business, and we didn't have the resources on how to run a business. So we
Oh
were like,
yeah,
what do we do?
yeah. I know, but we did do a lot of good car washes though. I remember.
Yeah, car washes were the big one. Now
hmm
they can't even, well, they can still do car washes, but there's that car wash across the street now.
Oh yeah,
Um, and so that kind of put the nail in the coffin for car washes.
yeah.
Um, there was that bake sale that we had, and we got
Mhm.
busted by Oxnard Community Service.
Oh yeah.
I don't ever remember that.
Yeah, we did that. We did that in front of Jonathan's house, right across
Yeah.
from the park, right?
Yeah, apparently you're supposed to have a permit when you sell food. So
I mean, like we were high school, we didn't know that.
yeah, we didn't know that. We were high school students.
Oh yeah, but also there was plenty of like times during Raider Fest where we just chose like something to just sell on campus. I know the band did what'd you guys like Raider burgers or something?
Yeah, we had burgers.
Yeah, and I think Drumline did our own thing for every year. It was like
Yeah.
like
What
whatever food.
did you guys make?
It like changed every year. Like
Oh,
one year we did hot dogs.
uh,
Like another year we did. Dude, I don't even remember. I just remember just Raider Fest being so stressful.
yeah.
It's just trying to get like members to just stick in their shifts and just trying to manage all these. Everyone is trying to like work enough to try to make enough for the whole entirety of Raider Fest.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that like those sort of moments really prepared me like to be in the job that I am now, because like I'm like basically like an assistant manager at a Starbucks now.
Mhm.
So it's like doing all that stuff in like drumline and band of just like micromanaging everyone really prepared me to be in management right now. But yeah, it was good that I went through that, all that fundraising and everything.
Yeah, like good practical experience.
Yeah.
Um, I remember for Raider Fest when we would make the burgers, we would have a lot of fun writing on the whiteboard.
Hmm.
We would write stuff like "so fresh you can still hear the cow," like moo.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and the burgers were like fairly affordable too. I think we only sold them for like $2 each, something like that.
Yeah.
So they're fairly cheap.
Hmm.
What other fundraisers we had? We had the rummage sale, though I think that was kind of after our time. Um,
Oh yeah. I remember hearing about that.
yeah, I think literally like the year after we left, that's when they started doing that. I don't know if they do it now. But yeah, that was another big fundraiser.
Hmm.
And of course, there's the chocolates. We already mentioned that one, but I remember that one when the band did the chocolate fundraiser. There was that one time where we had a meeting, I think at my house, and that's where we stored the boxes of chocolates, and it was a lot of boxes.
Oh yeah. I remember.
I think every box had, I want to say like 50 chocolate bars,
Yeah.
and we had, I don't know how many boxes of them. It was a lot.
Yeah.
But it was like enough to make a wall in my garage. It was a lot. I remember that. There's some pictures that we have somewhere of that meeting.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
They're somewhere.
yeah. But yeah, that was kind of a big tangent on I don't even know what. Um, but
What are you
yeah,
talking about?
I think we went through all the drumline rapture stuff.
Yeah.
I learned a lot of things I didn't know about, so that's pretty cool. Um,
Yeah.
I'm starting to kind of see a pattern here, which is a little disturbing. Um,
Yeah.
the pattern is that whenever there's a transition in power
Hmm.
between like the old captain and the new captain, there's always some sort of friction between the two. And
Yeah.
it's a little disturbing, and I don't know why it keeps happening. I think I've seen 2 or 3 times that transition was like muddy for
Yeah.
some reason.
Yeah. I think it's a lot of the time is I don't know if I mentioned earlier, but it's just like when when a new person comes into like a position of power, they're like, oh man, like everything is at my fingertips now. I have to like everything that they've experienced now they can be like sort of like the how would you say it, like they finally get to like drive the train, you know what I mean, like they're in the driver's seat. And I think like throughout the years, I don't think like the drumline ever got as bad as like the rupture was.
Right. Yeah. No, that was the worst for sure.
Yeah, but I definitely think the like drumline is definitely in a great place right now. Like, even though I'm not able to visit, I still like admire from a distance. Like, I always check social media. I see all the pictures. Like, they look like they're having fun. It's like, oh, that's so good. I'm just so great that they're still doing it.
Yeah. I can't confirm it's not just the pictures. You know, they're actually like they're actually as relaxed as the pictures.
Yeah.
At least the last time I was there. But no, yeah. I've seen a couple times where the transition of power was like it wasn't as smooth as it should be, to say the least. I don't know if I want to name specific times because I think depending on who you talk to, it's very like controversial.
Yeah. Yeah, and I feel like everyone has their own like opinions and their own experience or their own takeaways from their time in the band or in drumline. Because I know like there are some people that like completely like jumped out of the loop and don't talk to anyone from band anymore. And there's also certain people that like were sort of praised for their time in band. Because I know like everyone's was a big fan of Julian. Like he was like everyone's hero. He was like I remember like he was sort of everyone's role model during our first few years of band, and everyone wanted to be Julian. And I think that created sort of like I want to say like a positive environment for everyone, because everyone was like in a good mood because we had these sort of positive role models in like our circles. And going back to like the transition of power, it's just like when someone else goes into that position, and like when our like role models and our upperclassmen leave, and when these lower classmen have to look up to these new quote upperclassmen. Like, and I hate saying upperclassmen and lower classmen, but that's just sort of how it is in high school.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, and if you look at an upperclassman, you just don't like him. You can't do anything about it, you know. And it's like everyone has their takeaways of what that happened, and it's like, it happens. And it's like as long as they had fun during the time, and like nothing seriously bad happened. It's just like, you know, everyone just rubbed their shoulders wrong or something, you know.
Do you think there's any way to make that transition smoother? Like, is there a certain or structure that the drumline should be to make that transition seamless? Because I know it's a very like we're getting into like band politics now.
Yeah.
It's sort of a topic.
I mean, I haven't mentioned this yet on this podcast, but like after my last year of drumline, I actually stayed in the area during community college time, and I actually worked. I don't want to say worked, but like I volunteered as the drumline advisor, because that's something that our drumline didn't have for my years in high school. Is having that person, or like not sort of that person to look up to, but that adult in the room, you know?
Yeah, like there's a time where like we don't know what we're doing, so like let's consult this person.
Yeah, and it's like for band that was Terrell, obviously.
Yeah.
It's like, and also technically Terrell was our advisor for drumline too, but like how we were saying earlier, how we had that boundary between drumline and band. There were just certain things that Terrell's opinion couldn't really weigh that much on, because like we were doing more drumline oriented things. Not to say that the band didn't, or like Terrell didn't have an opinion on it. It's just that they were like strictly like drumline things that he didn't really even participated in, or like participated in discussion for.
Yeah, because he wasn't leading the rehearsals. He wasn't like involved to the extent where he can give like good advice, or like or he can give his experience.
Yeah, because like I feel like overall drumline went to Terrell if we didn't know something music related, or we needed or we needed him to sign something.
Hmm.
But yeah, and I think my time as drumline advisor, like, I feel like it helped the drumline at the time. Like, unfortunately, I wasn't able to be there full time, like as an actual job, because I was balancing trying to figure out community college, what I wanted to do.
Hmm.
You know, that whole post high school fallout. It's like,
Yeah.
oh man, adulthood, 18,
Hmm.
legal.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you have no idea what you're doing at the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like
And
right after you walk the line, get your diploma, and the day after you graduate, it's like, oh wow, it actually happened. Yeah, but yeah, I think my time as drumline advisor really helped the drumline. At least I feel like transition from the time after our era to the new era.
Mhm.
I think it was more or less well, at first it was only because I was really close friends with the people that were still on the line. And I think by my second year of community college, I was more involved as like an official advisor. But the I think the main thing is just having sort of that pre-existing sort of, like, what's the word, like, not responsibility but expectation, and just making sure that the line is basically in line.
Yeah,
and
that makes sense.
and just making sure that like what they're doing is not out of what the drumline should or should not be doing. I feel like every year the band and drumline has this like agenda of like what events what we're doing, and events that we want to do, but let's see if we can do. Because obviously it's like like time constraints, funding, like cost of travel, all that kind of stuff. 'Cause I think we really tried in drumline to do a lot of competitions, because we couldn't do a lot of those my first few years while I was in high school because of the whole, like,
Rapture.
yeah. and like the thing about that is that since we weren't able to do that, and the previous line or the previous members of the drumline weren't there to like help us go through it. So, and I remember the time during, like, I want to say middle of high school, and then at this point when I became the captain and like you became the drum major, I was like, all right, we really need to start building this thing like up, because like the drum line was at such a low point. We can't go any lower. We need to go higher and higher and higher. And I feel like with every year after that, I was trying my best to make sure that we're excelling the way we can. Because I remember we didn't have a lot of music that we could play.
Right.
I think like the main thing we played was Cadence. Like we were lucky to learn a couple other songs that the old drumline used to play, but there's only like a handful of songs that we were able to even learn because the people weren't around. The previous alumni aren't even in the picture anymore.
Yeah, because a lot of the songs were passed down very traditionally. Like
Yeah,
there
yeah,
wasn't any sheet music or anything. It was just all
no,
right. We're gonna
nothing.
teach you in this like 1 hour session.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's and that's that sort of like raw experience with the drumline. Is that I'm not saying that like all drumline music should be not on sheet music. It's actually better
Yeah.
to have sheet music.
Yeah.
But like the original like CI drumline cadences were like only taught through like one on one, or like
Yeah. Very like hands-on. Like
like sectionals, like
yeah.
hours in the summer practices,
Yeah. Yeah.
like fine tuning all of these nuances and rhythm and everything.
Right. Right.
And
Like
like without having those people teaching us everything, we were only able to learn so much in the time that we had them around.
mhm.
And with on top of trying to perform at these events like rallies, like Pismo drumline performance, we're trying to learn all this new music. But when the next year comes around, it's like, what if we didn't teach them something? Then that's like lost forever in the sands of time.
Yeah. I really didn't want that to happen when I was drum major.
Mm,
Like anything that we learned, I wanted it to be documented.
yeah,
One example was the band constitution, right? It
yeah.
outlined if this happened, then this happens. If
Mm,
this happens, then this and this happens.
mm,
If this is what this person does, this is what the section leaders are supposed to do. This is what the president is supposed to do.
mm,
Like
yeah.
I try to like lay down this foundation so that if we ever had like another drumline rupture or something
Mm,
like horrible like that happened again, then there would be that document to fall back on.
yeah. Yeah.
Um,
And that's sort of how like also like the drumline was like functioned, because we had the drumline contract that everyone signs at the beginning of every year. And the thing is though that like obviously like rules are there in place for a reason, but the thing is like what we were talking about earlier, when like certain people are too strict and they like can't live like outside of the rules and they can't see through them, it sort of makes a really toxic environment, and makes
yep.
it really really like not fun for like anyone participating.
Yeah. And it just feels like toxicity for the sake of toxicity.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it's not like these rules are written down anywhere,
Hmm.
And it would kind of make sense if there was a reason, like, oh, like we're like the top like 1A band in the state,
Yeah,
like
like
there's a
in
reason.
yeah, in those kind of scenarios, it's like they have it down to like a system.
Yeah.
And it's like when they create, like when they sort of perform, is like their expected excellence, because they're already like doing all of these things at such a like a high level.
They have all these certifications that they got
Hmm.
from the previous years. They have
Hmm.
this groundwork laid out.
Yeah.
you know?
But then when you look at us, it's just like we're just a bunch of kids playing like banging on drums.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, and that's what like when it came to like my junior year, I was really trying to get the new music going and making sure that it's passed on. I remember you were even there for around when they were like we were making all these new jams, because I remember I made this cadence called I think it was like Salsa, right? And it became like the trombone suicide song. And every time we played it, like that was when the trombone suicide would be starting. And I remember that was a really fun memory
That
of
was a
when
lot of fun.
we had that really perfect synergy between like band and drumline, making this amazing like performance.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember how it got started. So I watched the YouTube video of Colorado State. I feel like they were the pioneers of like the trauma and suicide.
Hmm.
And I asked you, because you're the drumline captain, like, hey, can you mimic the song? Like, I don't have the
Hmm.
sheet music, but I think you could figure it out.
Hmm.
It seems like pretty straightforward. And then
Hmm.
I think you were like, all right. And then you spent some time, and then and then that's when you came up with salsa. And I'm like, all right, let's try putting this together at some point. And
Hmm.
then that's when trauma and suicides started. I don't know
Hmm.
if they still do trauma and suicides. I haven't really seen it
Yeah.
when I was over the last few years. But I thought it was just like super fun to do.
Yeah.
I knew it was very dangerous, so I made it a point to be very safe.
Hmm.
Like I made sure like we practiced a lot, and
Hmm.
if you didn't feel comfortable, you felt like you were like in danger of getting hit or getting hurt,
Oh yeah.
that you would just stay down. That's the
Yeah.
best
Yeah.
thing
Yeah.
you could do, just stay down.
Yeah. I
Um,
remember. I remember at certain moments during some football games, we were trying to make sure that we can make it like as perfect as possible. But then, like one thing goes wrong, and then we have to just like some person has to duck out for a little while.
yeah,
And I
yeah,
remember like from on my side, like because I was like trying to direct the drum line into playing the song perfectly, because it's up to us to keep that tempo going. So you guys have that like framework to, you know what I mean? Just be in time with each other.
yeah, yeah. Very time sensitive
Hmm.
performance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember like it's really cool like looking back at it, because I remember when I first started like playing drums and drumline, I didn't play drums at all. I never really held a drumstick really ever. But then like by the end of like my senior year, I was like drums are my thing. It's like I can't play anything but drums. And I remember like there was this one satisfying moment where I was trying to figure out the sheet music from like a UCLA drumline packet.
Mhm.
And like I remember I asked Terrell, and it's like, Terrell, how do you play this? And he was like, I don't know. It just looks so absurd. And it was Felix. And I remember right when I was able to figure out like that tenor solo in the beginning for Felix, the dun dun dun.
Oh, that's from UCLA.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's because I remember I was browsing around the internet for like drumline cadences, and I stumbled upon this like UCLA drumline packet, and it was just a bunch of cadences that they do in between like plays when they were watching the football game and like basketball games. And Felix was the one song I think in that packet that I like really, really wanted the drumline to play, and we
Sounds
did.
badass. No, I
I
remember that.
know.
I remember
I
that. No,
know, and
Felix
like
sounds
it
good.
was so great to figure out that solo because like I feel like you know those like when you have that band nerd moments like, oh yeah, this is the next level.
Oh yeah. I think I don't know if it's Felix, but I think what they do nowadays is that they don't have only the tenor soloing. They actually like switch off between different instruments.
Oh
So
yeah,
like
yeah.
so like they'll start with like the tenor solo and then they'll hand it off to like a snare player.
Yeah,
Or they'll
yeah.
hand it off to a bass player. Like that
Yeah,
sounds
yeah.
really
We
cool.
did I remember we did that for my senior year squad spectacular performance.
Mhm. And it's still
And
around to this day.
yeah, and that's one of those things that like I don't know if they have the sheet music for that. I think they just teach that to the next generation of players.
Mhm.
And that's one of those things that I'm really proud that I was able to like give that sort of knowledge or like opportunity to teach teach the drumline like this cool song that I found and that like everyone enjoys. But yeah, good times.
Good times. I think it would be a good idea if they had that sheet music again, just in case
Mhm.
something happens, someone leaves. you
I
know.
honestly have my old music binder laying around somewhere with all my drumline music from my time in high
Oh,
school.
okay. I see. I still
Like
have my music too.
like funny thing, I actually have it with me in San Jose. I can't leave anywhere without it.
Oh,
I
really?
just like I have it literally in a box in my closet right now. I can really
Oh,
go
okay.
get
Nice.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea, is just to document all of the music,
Hmm.
just so that it could still be learned if the previous generation just decides to up and leave.
Yeah. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but I actually like wrote down the entirety of Cadence
Uh-huh.
like on sheet music, and I don't know exactly where it is, but I have it like notated somewhere.
Oh, that's
So like,
awesome.
just in case anyone forgets it, like I have it. I have it written down.
No, that's awesome. I think you should definitely send that to the current drumline, or send it with Terrell. He's
Yeah.
the band director, so
Hmm.
you should keep that that history documented.
Yeah. I just need to find it though. I made it
Yeah.
on this really old like free notation software that wasn't even
MuseScore?
made for huh?
MuseScore?
I think it was like a worse program than
Oh, okay.
that.
Because MuseScore is the big free program for music
Yeah.
notation.
Yeah. I don't like I need to rewrite it though because the
Mm.
notation software wasn't even made for like percussion, so I don't have
Oh, I see.
the correct notation. That's why I didn't really want to submit it yet.
Yeah.
But when I get around to it, I'll
Yeah,
definitely
I think that'd be a good idea.
yeah.
Um, yeah, we talked about the bell part, I think, in Patty's podcast with Patty.
Oh yeah.
And she offered, like, hey, if anyone wants to learn the bell part, then I'm down to teach it. Some people
Mhm.
don't like the bells. They're a very polarizing instrument. Like,
Yeah, they're
you
like
either like them or you don't. There's no in between.
yeah, they're sort of like a I don't want to diss bells. Like I love the bells. Like they do their job really well.
Yeah.
but when drumline performs, it's like there's a balance, of course, and it's like we want to do as much battery as we can, but it's like when everything is playing at the same time, it doesn't really have the same effect if we were to perform as a drumline, you know. So like I remember they wanted to make the bell part because I think the bell section didn't really have anything else to do. And I think all they did was just copy the notes from the tenor, because I know the tenor pitching is like C A F E. And there's literally just the tenor part on the bells. So it's like
Yeah, I think it really depends on the song that you're playing. Because depending on the song, you know, it can work or it could just not work. Like it feels like you're just trying to cram the bell part into a song, which I think that's when a lot of people have like problems.
Yeah, honestly, like my dream for a drumline was to have like not to say like no one on bells, but everyone on bells, if you know what I mean. Because like I think that's the one thing I really missed out on drumline is that I didn't touch any bells. Because like I can figure out like the notes and everything like on the bells because it's pretty much the same thing as the piano, but I'm not too quick on the piano sort of like notation and everything. And I always thought it'd be great to have everyone on like a drum, but then have people switch out to a bell when they need a part on the bell played.
Yeah, because the bell's like the one instrument that will like 100% make you a better musician. I think. Because you know, if you're a bass player, you know, there's only two things you can do: you can hit the drum or not. You know. So I think if you learn the bells, that gives more context to like, you know, you as a musician, just in general. I think.
Yeah, and I think the closest thing we got to that was my senior year squad spectacular performance, because I remember our bell section, they would like when they weren't playing on bells, we had trash cans that they were playing on, and they were just banging on them, like having a good time, and it was like a great performance. Because I remember like whenever the bells would be playing, they do their solo and they'd be able to like be the star of the show, but then when they put the bells away, then we're just a drumline all together. It just became this really cohesive unit. Amazing.
Yeah.
Good time.
Good times. I want to talk about Drumline Revolution for a little bit, but before we do that, I'm gonna close my shutters a little bit because the sun is getting into my eye. I don't know if you can see, so we'll take like a small 30-second break.
Okay. Cool.
I'll be right back.
It's cool. Like in this office room that I have at my girlfriend's family's house, I have like my water like right behind me in this like container. So literally all I have to do is just roll back and just refill it and just come back to playing games or something.
There we go. That's efficiency right there. Okay, so Drumline Revolution.
Yep. Drumline Revolution.
So I don't know if you should start or if I should start from what I know.
You should go ahead.
Okay, so from my understanding, for the people who don't know what Drumline Revolution was, it's not a thing now, so don't try to look for it. But what Drumline Revolution was, and there's some YouTube videos, you can actually go watch them. I think they're still up.
Yeah, they're still up.
It was at first, it was a Wainimi. It was just like the name that Wainimi Drumline gave themselves, but it turned into a community drumline, and that community was like South Oxnard. I think that was like ultimately the goal of Drumline Revolution, was not to only be the Wainimi drumline, but to be like a drumline that's not attached to a school, but it's attached to a community or organization, or I don't know if like city, but like to a community.
Yeah.
Not necessarily like tied to a school.
Yeah. I think you pretty much got it. Of
Yeah.
so basically, like the main like play about Drumline Revolution was that they were separated from the Wainimi, with the Wainimi band. They were performing with the band for like obviously for like marching band, field shows, and everything. There were definitely like majority, if not all, the members of Drumline Revolution. While I was on it, was all like Wainimi High School band members. And so yeah, so they were basically separate, like they were literally like an organization that worked with the band. Like how we were saying earlier with that barrier between, they literally were like, this is Drumline Revolution, that's band.
Mhm.
And I think the like yeah, you're right. The main thing that they were trying to do is making not the drumline like the Wainimi Drumline Revolution. No, it's Drumline Revolution. Like it's like the revolution of drumline. It's like not connected to anything, just a group of people playing, like being in a drumline. The my time in Drumline Revolution, it was really really fun. I remember it started off as like a drumline battle, like I think it was our sophomore year, right?
Do you remember a drumline battle at Wainimi's football field after homecoming? I think it was our sophomore year. I don't remember though. It's on YouTube.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
on
yeah,
YouTube.
yeah. It was not really a battle, but like it was the beginning of Drumline Revolution because we knew sort of at that point already that we were going to be collaborating together already in the future.
Yeah.
But this was sort of like the introduction to each other.
Yeah, and I think it's easy to start with a school because the school has sort of that organization set up already
Hmm.
with like the drums and the drum line. So it's
Yeah.
very easy to make it's easier to make that transition versus just going in cold. You know.
Uh-huh.
Um
And like it was especially interesting for us because it was Wainimia High School, is our literally our closest high school to us and our pretty
yeah.
much our rival for South
Yeah.
Oxnard.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we were massive. I think because if you could think about the size of our drumline by our sophomore year, we had, or was it junior year? No, sophomore year. Sophomore year. We had already like 3 snares, 4 basses, 3 bells, 2 tenors, and imagine doubling that with the entire drumline
Yeah.
revolution.
Yeah.
Because they had like 5 basses, 4 snares, 2 tenor drums,
Mhm.
and like a whole pit section too. Because like
Yeah, yeah.
I remember like we didn't even like use the term pit; we just used bells.
Yeah, it's like they're the bells, like that's
Uh huh. But yeah, but they like literally like had the marimbas rolling around everywhere because
yeah.
they were already used to that field show aspect already.
Yeah, like we didn't have like that experience.
Yeah, it was cool for us because we were never like able to do that a lot at Channel Islands, and I
Yep.
think we did a lot of cool performances overall. We did like the back when Q1047 was still a radio station. We
Yeah.
did a Super Bowl performance at a random winner's house. It was like that performance is still on YouTube, I think.
Mhm.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun. We like made all the car alarms go off in that entire neighborhood because like it was like right across from Oxnard High School, and we parked in the parking lot and we set up like a marching block, and we were just marching down the neighborhood, making just an entire ruckus. And I think also we did a couple other like community performances in the area. Like think like the MLK parade we did too. We even performed at the rally, I think. But I don't remember ever them performing at our rallies though. I know we did at theirs though. It was a lot of fun. And we even like played their own music too, because I remember it was a really cool experience to like trade music and play each other's songs and like having sort of like new drummers to be around and just learning off of each other. And like, because when you're in the drum line at CI, it's like there's not really any other like drummers in the high school, of course, because because I can't learn from another tenor player because like there's only one other tenor player
Yeah.
at the
like,
school.
yeah, and
And
sometimes they're brand new to learning.
yeah. And I remember before I became the tenor, I was a snare and I was just learning snare. And then when I became the captain, when I learned tenor, it's like I didn't know anything on tenor because I was still like learning the ropes of how to play the tenor drums. Then like over time I got better and I was able to teach the next person to be the tenor. And I remember Sophia was my second tenor player when I was in drumline, and then she moved back to bass, and I was able to teach Tony, and Tony became my protege, luckily. I remember it was like Tony and I were so in sync with everything. I remember because we were right when I figured out Felix, I was like, Tony, we got to do this.
I learned this, man.
Yeah. And like Tony and I were vibing on the tenors like all the time. It was amazing. Love those moments.
Yeah.
And like the time with Drumline Revolution really, I guess, made it a lot easier, I think, for more organizations to collaborate with us because we were finally getting out there to do more things.
Yeah, it wasn't only about Wainimi High or CI anymore. There was like it's more about like the community, the South Oxnard community, which is a bigger group.
Yeah, and like, but I think by the end of my sophomore year, like, unfortunately, like Drumline Revolution dissolved. Like, I'm not really gonna get too into detail about like what happened with Drumline Revolution.
A lot of politics with that. No.
Yeah. I just know that the original founder, like, I guess, just decided not to be a part of it anymore. Yeah. But then since it was a separate organization and they weren't like directly tied to the school, all the drums were confiscated.
Yeah, because they were technically his drums.
Yeah.
Right. So
technically.
Yeah. So like the school can be like, yo,
yeah.
Those are ours. Like
Yeah.
he used his money for that. So.
Yeah, and it's like that's a tricky thing with like since it was a separate organization and he was literally like the boss, like the CEO essentially of the Drumline Revolution. But luckily the drumline now I believe is still going strong though.
Yeah, I know Wainimi. Yeah, Wainimi's drumline had to rebuild their drumline, and that kind of sucks. But no, they're a great group now. Their band is the last couple of years I've seen them. They're magnificent. Like they were us when like we were at a good spot in bands. Like
that's good.
Like think of our sophomore junior year, like when we were like at that. I don't want to say peak, but we were like in a really tight organization. That was like them. Like that's them right now.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, Drumline Revolution I feel like was also like one of those experiences I'm really glad I went through.
Yeah.
Because it really made me more connected to the community, especially with going out there doing those really not sort of like one-off performances, but doing performances I wouldn't really expect me doing.
Yeah.
Because like before then, I was only used to doing like a school rally or football game. Really really like button up, like uniform, like stand at attention, playing something, But then like going into a community, playing literally on the street, like in the middle of like a drunk crowd.
Yeah, completely different.
Yeah.
Completely different environment.
Yeah, and that's when like I feel like I sort of loosened up a little bit as sort of like a drumline captain, because like at that point, like I said earlier, the captain before me was like super strict by the rules, really stiff with everything. But then like we go into Drumline Revolution, and it's like I remember when we were staying at attention, because I remember being at attention all the time with Drumline. God, that was so bad.
And then you guys were even stricter than like the band with being.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's sort of that thing that came with Drumline. That like I think that's what also made us more strict, is because we kept like at attention most of the time, and we kept sort of to our roots in like the military aspect of like marching band and everything. Because like I remember like drill downs and everything.
Yep.
Like I remember Drumline always, like, I don't want to say always, but like we had a lead most of the time because we were always first to start learning all the attention stuff and everything. And since like the drumline captains were really hard on the new drumline tryouties, and we sort of like got that first step into that a tent hut and like staying at attention for long periods of time. I think what I was going with this was that the Drumline Revolution people weren't used to it. And I remember we were doing our first rehearsal, and like right after we played a song, like we got into attention, and we were just like still at attention, like ready to play the next song. And like all the other Drumline Revolution people are just like, they're like chilling, standing around, like looking around doing something, you know? And like everyone in the CI is just like, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah. But
Yeah, very, very two different bands.
Yeah.
Not bands, but drum lines.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to, I guess, on the business side of an organization, not have your instruments tied to a person. They need to be tied to an organization.
Yeah.
You know, because if the drums were tied to Drumline Revolution itself, like as an organization instead of a person, like if Drumline Revolution owned the tenors and the snares and the basses, I think that group would still be around today.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it really sucks that happened. I think it should have been like dealt with differently. Like it was literally like overnight. It's like one day it was Drumline Revolution, and the next day it's like, oh man, we can't do practice anymore because they lost all the drums.
Yeah.
And even also remember that they even had to borrow some of our equipment sometime in the beginning because they literally had nothing. It's tragic.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
So I guess for any future reference, have the organization own the instruments and not one person. Because I guess if one person owns everything, you can actually move very fast for the organization. There's like very little turnover because you can sort of make decisions on your own, you know, if you're the owner, and be like, hey, I want to do this. There's no like red tape or anything that you have to go through.
I remember I was actually impressed by like how quickly they were able to move around equipment during practices. Because I don't know if you ever saw like their transportation for all the equipment. It was literally like his van and a trailer behind it. And I remember like when we were doing practices in between both schools, it's like, all right, it's CI's day. I'm gonna meet up at CI, grab all their stuff. We're gonna go drive over. Practice is over, drive everyone back, drop off all their equipment. And like they literally like packed everything like the same exact way every time. It was down to like to the finest detail to like make sure that everything went as smoothly as possible. Yeah.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah. Really, really. Honestly, like super eye-opening. And it's like really like people don't really take it seriously, but like equipment management in like band.
Oh yeah.
Like
it's a big thing.
Oh yeah. They're on like people that do that for a living, props to them.
Yeah.
Like dealing with maintenance, transportation, like making sure that whoever uses it, like making sure that they know how to use it and take care of it, maintain it.
Yeah, we've both been through college bands. So college bands is a totally different scale.
Yeah.
Right? It's a big deal. Like you have I Cal Poly's band, we had like an equipment manager, you know.
Yeah.
They were in charge of setting up, you know, the field for rehearsal. And setting up the field for rehearsal, it takes a while because, you know, you got to get all the equipment out from like the band trailer, which is what we kept all of our not the cones, but like the markers for like the yard lines.
Hmm.
That's where we kept I don't know I don't know what you guys called it, but we called our like podium for the field shows like the Beast. It was where like the drum major would stand. You know, that podium for
Yeah,
field
yeah.
shows.
Uh-huh.
So we called it the Beast. You know, they were in charge of bringing that to the field.
Hmm.
And the equipment manager would work with our assistant band director. So we had a band director which he did most of the rehearsals, like most of the music rehearsals. And our assistant band director, he wasn't as musically inclined, but he worked with a lot of like the back end band stuff, you know, like the
Hmm.
equipment, for
Yeah.
example. He
Yeah,
managed a
yeah.
lot of that stuff.
Uh-huh.
So they would have to work together to get the field set up. And it's a lot of work. And at the very end of rehearsal, the equipment manager gets to decide whose turn it is to help clean up the field.
Yeah.
So he would have like a rotation, like, hey, it's time for like the flutes to help tear down the field, or like the
Yeah.
trumpet to help tear down the field.
Yeah, yeah. I think my band had a similar setup. I remember my time at the San Jose State University marching band. Unfortunately, I was only there for like I only did marching band for the semester, but it was a lot of fun. I think
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think the I remember going into it like, whoa, this is the real deal. Like, and like I wasn't even able to play drums for the band because I remember the drum line was full, and they're like, sorry, drum line's full.
Oh
And I
yeah,
was
so you played sax.
yeah, I played tenor sax, and I honestly don't regret it. It was a lot of fun. And I remember the like that when I was trying to learn how to do field shows, I was like, whoa, imagine doing this in high school. I don't know how we could
Yeah,
have done this.
some people have done it since high school.
Yeah,
I'm like low key jelly that you guys had this experience. You know.
yeah, yeah. And it's like it was super serious at San Jose State because the band director at the time, Scott Pearson, he is actually one of the important people from the Santa Clara Vanguard.
I see. Yeah, drum corps.
Yeah, so because the drum corps in the Bay Area are like
They're
serious,
intense. Yeah.
they're intense, and like especially having Scott Pearson as our band director, being one of the head guys of the like one of the top, I think, drum corps on this side of the country is like he did not play around. He had everything like down to literally like point. And like if he literally I want to say was like the one of the best band directors aside from Terrell I've ever like worked with. Because like he was like intimidating yet like inspiring at the same time. Because like he was like that sort of crazy that he knows what he's talking about. He like reminded me like that guy of like the doctor from Back to the Future.
Oh.
he
Yeah,
was
yeah.
he was crazy, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. I remember I had these good experiences because I remember we got into a bowl game that football season. I was able to travel to Florida and Orlando.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was
Sweet.
yeah, it was honestly my first time on a plane too.
Oh,
So
nice.
yeah, so like I love band. It always gets me out there doing those kind of things. Yeah. I think the another thing that was really cool about being in the university marching band was getting introduced to the music fraternity that we had, which was Kappa Kappa Psi.
Yeah.
And it's in case and if anyone doesn't know, it's an honorary music fraternity that's been around since I think we just passed 100 years.
Around for a while.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and there's chapters all
Yeah.
across the U.S. And there's I think it originated in Oklahoma.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and they're a lot more like rooted in the East Coast than it is on the West Coast because they've had it for so many years. But like my chapter's been a chapter since I think 2006. But yeah, and like I remember I swore in as a brother, and it was like so great because it was literally like everything I wanted from band, just being a part of something bigger than myself, helping out in like the music community in the area, and being able to volunteer and just pass on the great teachings of music.
I think a Kappa Kappa Psi as the band boosters on steroids.
Yeah, basically.
Basically, that's what I thought of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was a lot at first because for those who don't know, like the way how fraternities work, it's like there's a whole process. It's like you
Structured,
there's like there's a first you have to like get approved by like the brothers, then you have to like go through these tests, then you have to go through these like different processes, paperwork, and just these like weeks and weeks of interviews, getting interviewed and interviewing everyone in the organization. Yeah, it's literally like another job being
Yeah.
like a brother
Yeah.
and
If
being
I
in
didn't
an organization like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was great time.
hmm
Like I loved everyone I met through that time in the fraternity and in the marching band at San Jose State. I honestly would do it again if I could.
Yeah, I think if I could go back to college, I think I would join Kappa Kappa Psi.
Yeah.
Because when I was in band, like going into college band, um, the drum major position open, I was like, dude, I could totally do that. Like after what I went through with CI, like this should be easy. But I didn't want to take on the responsibility again because I knew how much work and dedication it took.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I decided to not do it.
Yeah. Especially on a university level.
Yeah,
like
completely different ball game.
Yeah. It's like imagine doing everything but as an adult.
Yeah, it's like yeah, and it's also just a totally different scale too. Like we're not talking about a 50-person band. We're talking about like 4x that. We were a 200-person band.
Yeah.
We were like, I won't say nationally recognized, but because you're a university, like you're recognized to some degree. It's not like you're not just some high school from Oxnard anymore.
Yeah.
You're like San Jose State, you're Cal Poly, you're UCLA. You have you're representing academic institution that has like this long history, right?
Yeah. I remember times when we were still in high school when we had the UCLA band days. Like that was super exciting because like we were able to get that like firsthand experience of like, oh man, this is a university band. Like I can't wait until I go into university and try this out.
Yeah.
And I recommend like everyone that's watching to like if you're still in high school and you're considering joining like band in the future, definitely do it. It's like even if it's not going to be like a crazy thing like marching band or something like that, it's like continuing playing music after high school definitely like it's really good for you. It's like it's like it decompresses you when they're like super stressed out. It's like a great way to like express yourself. And honestly, like if you learn how to play music, like, you should never stop. Definitely.
Yeah. That's definitely one of the reasons why I kept playing. Like I didn't want, we've been in band since like 4th grade, right?
Yeah.
Like I didn't want to lose all that skill just because I graduated high school.
Yeah.
I learned so much and I didn't want to let go of that.
Yeah.
So when I was looking at colleges, like band was number one priority. Because if they didn't have a marching band, I didn't even consider that school.
Same.
Yeah, legit. Yeah. That's why I only applied to like a few schools. I also got into San Jose. That was like my second option, but I felt like San Jose was too far.
Yeah, it is too far.
Yeah. Pretty far drive.
Yeah.
From Oxnard.
Yeah, and it's like I remember I also got into Sacramento.
Yeah.
And I only got into Sacramento and San Jose State. But it's the same like
you. Marching band, so
yeah. But honestly, I thought Sacramento was too far.
Yeah. I've actually driven up there a few times because Brandon goes to Sac State.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a far drive. I drove up there one time, starting at 11 at night,
Oh man.
So I drove all the way from Oxnard to Sacramento starting at 11 p.m. and I didn't get there until like 7 in the morning. I literally drove overnight to Sacramento. Luckily, there's no
Like,
traffic, so it was a straight shot.
yeah.
But yeah, it's a far drive.
Like I actually do that when I travel to Oxnard. What I
Yeah,
actually prefer to travel overnight because like during the
yeah,
day, if I travel, I just feel so dead. It's like my whole day is wasted from
yeah,
from
yeah, yeah.
traveling, and
Exactly.
like there were times where I'd be like I get off of work, it's like 10 p.m. and it's like, man, I really don't want to go to sleep and then have to drive tomorrow morning, so I'm
Yeah,
just gonna go right
yeah, yeah, yeah,
now.
yeah.
So I leave San Jose at like midnight and get to like the Oxnard area at like 5, 6 in the morning. I'm like, ugh, I'm dead.
Ugh.
I'm gonna go pass out on my family's couch for
Yeah,
like 4 hours.
that's what I did when I got to Brandon's place. I just knocked out. I didn't get up until like 2 in the afternoon,
But
but
yeah,
it's fine.
yeah,
Um, but yeah, we're getting a little bit off tangent because we're talking a little bit about Post-Tsunami, but
uh-huh.
I think we have a lot of college band
Hmm.
things that we can talk about. But before we do that, is there anything else in like CI bands that any like memorable moments or like things that you thought of that you look found like fondly out of? While you think of that, I do have one thing.
Okay.
It's a little bit. I don't know if you hear my dog outside, um, but it's a little. It has a little bit of drama. I remember. I don't think we care about now, but
Yeah,
there was this one time. Um, it was like the first squad spec where Drumline knew how to do. We knew how to play salsa, and we knew that was like the year we learned the whole trombone suicides. I think it was our junior year.
yeah.
Um, there was this, and I don't even know if it was a squad spec or if it was a rally. I think it was a rally.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was
Um,
a rally.
yeah, there was this one time where like I didn't consult with you about having like the trombones coming in to do the trombone suicides
Uh-huh.
when Drumline was playing salsa because
Yeah.
I think the intention was like you guys were gonna play salsa, but it was just Drumline. Like there
Yeah,
was
yeah.
no intention of having the trombones jump in and do the suicides, the trombone
Yeah.
suicides, which sounds really
Uh-huh.
bad out of context to do the suicides. Um, and I think it was my idea to have like the trombones come in and do the
Hmm.
suicides without like actually consulting with you guys.
Yeah.
And I remember after that rally we went to the band room. I think like either you and Sophia I think like came up to me and like, what the hell did you just do? Something along the lines of that.
I don't
And
I don't necessarily remember being mad. I think I don't like, did I seem mad when that happened?
I honestly don't remember, but it's something that I remember happening, like the event. I don't know remember the specifics, but I remember like Drumline getting kind of mad at me for doing that.
I know
Um,
I remember when we were figuring out the trombone suicides, like you guys were like so excited to like do it all the time.
yeah,
And I think like certain members of the drum line felt like it wasn't like your guys' place to just jump in and like take the spotlight or something.
yeah. I think that's like the main conflicting point, and that's the reason why people got mad,
Yeah.
or like that was their reaction is because like the whole thing with trauma and suicides is that the like what you see visually, like that's what people are drawn to the most,
Yeah.
and like the music is just kind of like an afterthought.
Yeah.
So I get it, like to have the trombones like jump in without like consulting the drum line.
Yeah.
I could see why, you people could get angry about that
Yeah.
because that steals like the spotlight from the drum line
Oh
when
yeah.
that was
Uh-huh.
supposed to be like the drum line's, spotlight.
Performance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Honestly, like looking back at it now with the perspective I've had, like I honestly don't think I was that mad about it. I think it might have been like Sophia more mad about it. Like honestly, I was like chill with it. I think I was chill
yeah,
with it, but I was just sort of reacting with the drum line with it. because it's like I sort of have to follow what everyone else says. I can't really like voice my direct opinion all the time with certain things.
Yeah. You got to be like, sometimes you got to finesse your way through
Yeah.
people, and that's just leadership in general.
Mhm. Yeah. But honestly, it was a really fun performance. Like everyone loved it. The crowd freaking loved it. And I remember every time you guys did it at football games after, everyone was screaming. It was
So
great.
yeah, it's so much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, it worked out with our formation in the performance. Because
Oh,
looking back,
yeah.
looking back on it, it actually fits in place perfectly.
Yeah.
Because we were like in a box formation, but we were missing one side, and you guys were like that last side or something.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
That's something I wanted to point out. I have like a few things that have always like bothered me in a band, and well, Post-Tsunami is a way for me to get that out, over the years. Because maybe back then I was like too embarrassed to like mention it.
Oh yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
But
Totally.
those are one of the things I remember. I remember Drumline getting mad at me for doing that. Which it's very hard for someone to get mad at me.
Yeah.
That's very hard. Like for me to like screw up like that, that's usually something that I don't do. So I think that was a big deal for me at the time.
Yeah. I remember. Yeah. I think the thing about like with band is that you have to keep this image up, especially in the leadership. Just not trying to like win everyone over, but like making sure you're in the good light with everyone.
Yeah.
Like you have to be on everyone's good side, but like but also be like the power in the room, if you know what I mean. Because if you're not going to be respected by your peers, and it's like, why bother being like the leader of it,
you have to build that credibility.
Yeah, exactly.
Like sometimes you just have to be likable, like if you aren't likable, people aren't gonna listen to you, which you can be like the best person in terms of like leading a band organization, but if everyone just hates you, it's gonna suck.
It's just like it's like being like the good cop and the bad cop at the same time.
You have to know when to switch back and forth.
Yeah
And I think that's what we learned how to do like very well in our time in band. When to be good cop, when to be bad cop.
For moments that I want to look back, like I look back at the most fondly, I think the highlights of the year are most memorable in those like spectacular performances that we do, sort of like at rallies in the drumline, or like at like the parades that we did, and the drumline competition that we did afterwards at Pismo. Those were definitely the highlights of like every school year. And definitely like even when we weren't playing music, like the moments in the band room, like those the funny times in the lockers, like in between classes after school when we would be there super late and get kicked out.
Yes.
we looking back, we literally lived there. I was honestly
pretty much.
Like I honestly spent most of the days like in the band lockers more than I was at home.
Yeah.
And it's like we literally knew like every inch of that place by the end of our senior year.
Yeah.
It was like we even had keys to the lockers. I actually still have your broken locker on an old keychain in the back, if you remember.
Oh, really?
Because remember we had the locks for the sliding doors.
Yeah.
And your side broke into the lock, so we had to get it replaced. But I still had. But for some reason I still have the broken key though. I don't know why.
Interesting. I don't remember that at all.
I guess I just keep it as a keepsake now or something. But yeah, and also the band banquets. Those are really, really fun at the end of the year.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
because it was a good reflection point.
Yeah, and it's like those are really important with those kind of really stressful like years. It's like when you have that sort of end of year roundup, it really like I guess it's like really like really settles in like, oh man, we did a lot this year. It's like not really like you can't really forget it anymore because like you're memorializing it in the just end of the year banquet. It's and
Yeah.
especially with the superlatives, the
Mhm.
like the slideshow, whatever, and like the senior send-offs and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, yeah.
And
It's like,
speaking, go
yeah,
ahead.
it's like list our accomplishments. We saved Drumline. The band and Drumline are integrated together. We don't have this wall between us. Like all these
Yeah.
things that we didn't really like think about, we actually
Mhm.
like did a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm super
Very
proud of
proud.
us for all that stuff. And like going through those banquets and even the superlatives too. It's like band couple, me and you.
Yeah. And even when we graduated high school, like it still went on for a
Yeah.
little bit. That was pretty funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's man, I like those band banquets and like those like end of year roundups were definitely those like really like memorable moments that you just cherish. You just
Yeah.
like celebrating it with your peers and just just
Yeah.
making the most of what you have. It was just great every year.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that's what we did really well as a band. Like we made the most with the resources that we had. Like
Hmm.
we didn't have a big financial backing. We didn't have like a field show coordinator or like
Hmm.
an official like assistant director position that was paid or a drumline advisor that was paid. It
Yeah,
was all because like we cared about the organization, the music,
yeah,
and doing like a good
yeah,
job.
yeah. We were doing what we loved, and that was the most important thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
Did you have like a favorite year in band? I've asked this
Uh,
with a few people. Is there like a year that
uh,
sticks out to you?
mm, I think the year we went to DAC as a drumline, which was like a junior year, I think. Do you remember what DAC was?
That was when the drumline went to the Los Gatos high school,
Yeah,
right? I remember you guys playing at a couple of the competitions there.
yeah. We did this one drumline competition out in Rivers, I think near Riverside or something,
Uh,
and it was the drumline competition was called Drums Across California.
uh,
I I actually discovered this drumline competition because when I was looking in their website, I actually found out that Channel Islands was one of the winners. Like I want to say like 8 or so years before.
oh,
Yeah,
I'll look
and
it up.
yeah, yeah. I don't know if the old website is still there because this was back in my junior year.
Oh yeah,
But yeah, they said like first place winners Channel Islands High School. I was like, whoa! I didn't even know that this like Drums Across California competition like had the CI drum. I didn't know about this. So like I made it like my like mission to like, all right guys, we need to get to this competition. We need to like try this again as like a new refound CI drumline.
yeah,
And luckily we were able to like to get everything situated. Luckily Terrell got us a bus to take everyone over
yeah.
there. And it was just became this really special event for everyone. And like we were so different than everyone else there.
Oh yeah,
Because
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah,
yeah, because this was like our first ever like directly professional drumline competition.
yeah.
Like we've never like seen like another like drumline like in person aside from like our like drumlines
Local.
that were in our area that were
Yeah, yeah,
local.
yeah,
So like it was as an eye-opening experience to say the least. Because I remember we were doing things in our performance that like other drumlines weren't doing, and I think that really set us out from other drumlines.
yeah, yeah. Like this is what happens when you don't have any role model and you just kind of like put something together like
Yeah,
within
yeah,
yourselves.
yeah. And I remember there's this particular part in the whole competition that stood out to me was when we were about to go into perform, and you know how drumline we like to just groove onto the floor into the position that we perform in. We decided to play Felix that year because that was a big like groovy song that we learned that year,
Mhm.
and we grooved onto the in the gym where we were gonna perform our competition. And I remember like we were caught up, or the judges were so caught off guard because I remember we got the tape after because the judges actually submitted their judges tape to us,
Okay.
and we heard all their commentary. And this guy was like sounding really really boring on the recording. They're like, and then we started playing like, oh, they're playing. Oh, And he was like,
Oh, that's pretty good.
yeah, and he was genuinely surprised that like we were just grooving onto the floor.
Mhm.
And in that year, we actually got third place.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we
There we go.
out of like I don't know 12 other schools that performed there, like we got third place out of like we didn't know what we were doing.
That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah.
We weren't professional.
Yeah.
or like stuck to the norms or anything. We were just
Mhm.
out there trying to do our best, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was like that moment, like I think really stood out the most. It made like drumline my junior year really close to my heart. Cause that's that when I knew the drumline was like we were going places, you know?
Mhm.
But
Yeah. 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 I remember going on that competition, and I just took pictures. If you go back into the CI like Facebook page, and you go back like a few albums, there's a lot of albums, but if you go back a lot, you'll see all those pictures there, and I captured some good moments.
Yeah,
So
I remember that year
yeah.
we had the yellow bandanas that year. I
Yep,
remember.
that was that year. Hmm.
But yeah, I remember when we got announced that we were third place, like all of us that were in the stand were just screaming
Yeah.
because we were just all so excited. It's like, yeah, we did something.
Yeah.
I remember like Sophia and I were marching onto in the gym. We did our like the salute.
Yeah, the salute.
They went, and then when we got off the floor, we'd be like geeking out. But yeah, definitely junior year. I think that's when it was like you said, like the peak year. I think when I knew it's like, all right, this is good.
Yeah.
This is good.
Yeah, junior year was really the time where we took all of the things that happened in the past, all the good and the bad, and like we got to take our own spin on like our leadership. Like that was our first time in the leadership role. Like you were the person to go to. You weren't just the assistant anymore. You weren't just like the second in command anymore. Like you were the person to go to. And I think that's why I think that for me and probably for you, that's why that's such a important year.
Like the fruits of our labor have finally like started to really show.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, good times. All right, let's move on to the post-tsunami part of the podcast. So do you want to keep talking about the Kappa Kappa Psi stuff?
I don't really have anything else to say about it. I think. Like,
okay. Yeah, I think we hit everything about Kappa Kappa Psi.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think since Paul was on Kappa Kappa Psi, he can give more insight, on his perspective.
Yeah.
Because it's a national fraternity, I'm pretty sure like the structure was very similar.
Oh yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
It's my bet.
Yeah.
I guess.
Like there's this thing like Paul definitely knows this, but there's three chapters in California for Kappa Kappa Psi. One at Fremont, one at Cal Poly, and one not Fremont, Fresno. One at Fresno.
State?
Yeah, Fresno, Cal Poly, and SJSU. All chapters there, and we call each other the Bermuda Triangle. So it's like there's just a Facebook group for Kappa Kappa Psi just for the Bermuda Triangle, and that's just all three of our chapters all in one big Facebook group for Kappa Kappa Psi.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think those are the three big universities, at least in the CSU system, that have marching bands.
Yeah.
Because UCLA is not. I don't think they have a Kappa Kappa Psi, or Berkeley.
Yeah, I don't think they do now.
No. Interesting. I don't know. I wonder why not.
Yeah. Weird.
Like, what else was there? Oh, I guess just university college bands in general. I mean, we touched on it a little bit.
Yeah.
But I guess since it's like post-tsunami, it's somewhat related to that. So, I think for both of us, it was like a big, like being part of a band in college was like a big requirement, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
it was definitely one of those bucket list kind of things.
Hmm.
And unfortunately I was only able to do it for one semester,
Hmm.
but you were able to do it for 4 years.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But honestly, like I don't regret the time I was in there. Like as long as I was able to experience it once, it's like
Yeah.
it's good enough for me.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I think I have a lot to say about college band in
Mhm.
general, and I think I could draw some comparisons with CI to
Mhm.
make it kind of related.
Yeah.
Um, I think structurally, Cal Poly's band was very different from CI's band. Well, I don't
Mhm.
know. I think CI band in general is just very different from a lot of bands
Yeah.
because we were just so like student run.
Uh-huh.
Um, But Cal Poly's band, it was definitely more like structured and it
Mhm.
had I don't know if it's called like a band constitution, but they had like that foundation of like, who's everyone's role and what does
Mhm.
this
Mhm.
person do and what happens when this happens, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
Um in terms of the music, I remember the first day at band camp. So the first day at band camp was for us. The cool thing was that if you were joining the band, you actually got to move into the dorms like a few days early versus the other freshmen.
Oh yeah,
So you basically got the dorms like to yourself for a few days, which is like pretty nice.
yeah.
It makes moving a lot easier because you're not there's not a bunch of people that are also moving in.
Yeah. Yeah, I know the SJSU still also had that same perks, and
Yeah.
I don't know about Cal Poly also, but we had a priority registration too.
Oh, yep, yep.
Yeah,
With that
that's a
too.
good thing about like being in the university band is that you're able to get those classes first.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
and to all the high schoolers listening, that's important.
Yeah, yeah. Depending on the major you pick, like you might not even get the classes that you need to take,
Yeah,
which is
and
a
that
really
can
big deal.
yeah, and that could set you back like a whole
Yeah,
year of graduation.
like a year, maybe more than that. Like it gets really bad if you don't get the class that you need to take.
Yeah.
Like it feels bad, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had priority registration on the terms where we had band as a formal class.
Mhm.
So Cal Poly is on the quarter system,
Mhm.
and it's weird. Like it's a quarter system, but the school year it has 3 terms because the summer counts as a quarter.
Yeah.
So think of it like every season is a quarter. But
Uh-huh.
because most people don't take classes summer quarter, we don't really count that as like the school year.
Yeah, yeah.
So like the regular school year, we had 3 quarters, and fall quarter we had bands because of the football games and stuff. So we had like an
Mhm.
actual like band class. Um, I know some other schools like Davis, they don't actually have like a formal band class, but we did.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had a band class, and it was a 2-unit class.
Uh-huh.
The first unit was like the music rehearsal indoors, and the second unit class was like all the field show stuff we did outside. So
Mm.
the way our band was structured for our rehearsals was that we would rehearse 5 hours a week. So kind of similar to high school actually,
Mhm.
except it's more concentrated. We would have um, rehearsal 5 hours a week, 2 days a week, and um, so every day would, or not every day, but for every time we had rehearsal, it would be 2.5 hours of rehearsal. So like the first half of that rehearsal would be music inside, the second half would be field show stuff outside.
Oh, okay, okay.
And if it was like a field show for a football game, then we would also have a Saturday rehearsal from like 9 to 12.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, yeah.
and that's when we would do our final run through. Because usually our
Oh,
football
okay.
games, yeah, usually our football games were like at 6 p.m.
Mhm.
So on game day on that Saturday, it'd be like, all right, we have final rehearsal from like 9 to 12. We would have lunch from like 12 to whenever call time was, which is usually like
Mhm.
at 3.
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
have like a 3-hour window of like lunch. Some sections they had like a section lunch or
Mhm.
like a section breakfast.
Yeah.
Um, those were pretty cool. Um, although for the trumpet section, since there were 40 of us, it would get kind of hectic to move like the whole section
Yeah,
around because we have to coordinate like people like carpooling and all that stuff.
yeah.
Hectic.
Yeah, for SJSU we had our band class as I think one unit, and it was actually 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Oh.
And it was about 3 hours each day. And I know like we would know prior if it was going to be like a ensemble day or a field day beforehand.
Oh,
Yeah, so like there'd be like if we had a field show like in 2 weeks, we'd make sure that we're in ensemble for the like first 2 days. Then the next few days, the next days for rehearsal, up and coming into the show, we'd be on the field every single day.
okay. Would you
Yeah.
ever like share that? Like, would you split that up for like you would do like half
No,
ensemble, half field?
no. We'd either be at the field or in the music building. Because
Oh,
unfortunately,
interesting.
I don't know if you know like the landscape of San Jose, but
No.
our field, like our football field, is not on campus.
Oh, I see.
Like it's literally like a 5-minute drive down the road.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we have to make sure that the equipment people know where we're going. Like everyone's communicated to like, all right, today's a field day. Everyone meet at the field at I don't know 2 o'clock. Like rehearsal starts at 2:30. Like we'll be on the field doing like all the plays at 3 and up until like 7 at night sometimes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Did the
there
band
was
not have a practice field? Sorry.
yeah. We had a practice field behind the football field that whenever it wasn't used for the marching band to be the soccer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but they had like one of those like podium stands just for the band director to be on top directing everyone for the field shows.
Yeah.
I forgot exactly what they called it, but yeah. But yeah, it was a lot of fun, honestly. Like it was nice to get back into that rhythm of being in a band and just being a part of a marching band and just doing that whole system. Because you were lucky enough to go straight to like university right after high school, but like I chose to do the community college route and actually came into San Jose State on the spring semester, not actually the fall. So I like was getting used to the whole university thing like mid-year, but then like after summer rolled around, I was able to finally get into the marching band fall. But yeah, it was really good, really good.
Yeah, interesting because Cal Poly they don't let winter or spring like transfers. It's only fall transfer. So you can only transfer in at the very beginning of the year. It's very weird. Cal Poly is kind of weird. Like you can only transfer in the fall, and you had to declare a major. There's no undeclared.
Yeah, that was back when I was a math major.
Yeah.
Back when I was taking too many math classes, it was really bad.
Yeah. Although you probably saved more money than I did because I went straight to a 4-year. It's got pretty pricey.
yeah, definitely. Like I don't regret going to community college because that made it so much easier to figure out college on like a base level at community college. Because like community college is like easy mode compared to university.
I feel like community college it's a good transition between high school and like university classes.
Yeah. I definitely like honestly I would rather have gone straight to university only because like I'm so gung-ho about going out there and trying to experience it like firsthand. But like it's a good system, honestly. Like if any like high schoolers are watching now, just like if you're considering doing community college, it's honestly good. It's really, really good.
It's not a bad route. Don't think like you're a lesser person because I decided to save like $30,000 by going to community college, you know?
And I think it sucks that there was a really big negative stigma towards community college in high school because like, ooh, you're not smart enough to go to university really right away. But it's like it doesn't really always work that way.
Yeah, everyone has different situations.
Yeah. Definitely. But yeah,
it's not fair to like judge, prematurely like that. The community college route is a great route, especially like financially.
Yeah.
I only went straight to university because like band was that important to me. Um, like whether that band experience was worth the money, like that's kind of debatable. Um, but yeah, I mean, I just decided to go for it because I had the option,
Yeah.
to do it. And
Yeah.
I decided to just take it.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Yeah. And after my semester of marching band, I actually did the symphonic band the second semester.
oh,
It was
nice.
like,
Yeah, I didn't do
yeah.
concert band in college, so how's that experience like?
Oh yeah, it was really really cool because
Mhm.
like we were saying before, it was like experiencing this new thing that like it
Yeah.
wasn't used to. Because it's like if you thought university band is different, think about how symphonic band are.
So, yeah, University Symphonic Band. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like if you feel like because the way in high school you with the way you're used to is like the same exact marching band people are going to be in the symphonic band because
Yeah.
it's like this is the same music kids in the same
Yeah,
class.
yeah.
But with the way the university works is that there's
Not
actually
like that.
people, yeah,
Yeah.
like there are people in the music majors that you've never seen before,
Yeah.
and they're honestly probably 10 times better than you.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's primarily one of the reasons why I didn't join because I felt like I wasn't good enough. Like
Yeah.
I wasn't confident in my musicianship to be on that level. I think I could
Yeah.
have done it if I spent the time, but
Yeah.
I wanted to dedicate more to my major versus like just music.
Yeah. Lucky enough for me though, I was able to actually be in the percussion section
Oh,
for
nice.
for the symphonic band. Like I remember, it's actually a requirement for Kappa Kappa Psi to be a part of an ensemble every semester.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so for Kappa Kappa Psi members, they would either be in the marching band fall semester, and then for the spring semester, they'd either be in the symphonic band ensemble or some other part of another ensemble on campus. Because like in university, there's not only like symphonic band and marching band. There's like wind ensemble, orchestra, percussion ensemble, like
Brass ensemble.
Latin jazz ensemble.
Yeah, yeah, like very specific like genres of music.
Yeah. And like I said, like these people they're majoring in music, like their life is music. So
Yeah.
like I've seen like classmates from in the music department in the music major system that literally sleep in the practice room because they literally have to deal with like juries, which is what they're called. I don't know if they have it at
I think so, yeah.
others.
Yeah.
So basically at the end of each semester, I think you have to get evaluated by like a line of professionals in your school. They test you on like articulation and a bunch of other like particular things, and like it's the bane of existence for all music majors.
Yeah, yeah, it's kind of like the equivalent to like a final, right? Or actually, it
Yeah.
might be even worse than that.
Yeah.
Because because I'm sure there's like performance anxiety, which I totally
Yeah.
get that. I get really nervous before
Yeah.
performing.
I've seen people break down
Yeah,
in the practice rooms because they messed up one note in their solo for
yeah,
something,
yeah.
It's
It's rough.
intense. Yeah.
Yeah, that really deterred me from like orchestra, or like wind orchestra or wind ensembles. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like in high school we didn't really have a band final. We just hung out and just played some
Yeah, I
music.
was like, yeah, we just played the spring concert. Like, we're good.
Imagine like the band final you never wanted.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, it's too
Um,
much.
yeah, I think RJ was a music education major.
Mhm.
I think he was music education and not music performance. I
Yeah.
think,
Yeah,
or
because
or or maybe it
there's a
was music.
difference. I think there's
Yeah.
there's a difference between the two. Because I know for my school, if you're a music minor, you don't have to do
Mhm.
any juries or anything. You just need to take the
Oh, okay.
classes, pass the test, and like your music minor fine. But if you're majoring in it, as in like you said through performance, you have to go through all the
Yeah.
juries, all those tough times.
I see.
But yeah,
Yeah, interesting. That's too much. It's too much. Not to say work, but like that's a lot of things to like worry about.
yeah. But again, those are the people that want to pursue music as a profession, and those
Yeah,
kids,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
they choose to be like that. It's not like they're like experiencing it like
For the
in
first time.
yeah, but like
Yeah.
it's just something that you get used to,
Mm,
honestly.
yep.
hmm
All right, cool. Before we do any other topics, like, do you need to be somewhere
No, I'm okay.
specifically? You're good? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the last few podcasts we had people like they had to be done by a certain time, so I just want to make
No.
sure. Okay.
Fun fact, I actually opened this morning at work.
Oh, nice. There you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, so I've been up since like 5 a.m. So I'm fine.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Cool. Yeah. So we talked a little bit about the college band side. Anything else
Mhm.
you want to talk about with that? I
Uh,
really liked like the way we marched.
mm,
If you look at any of our just any Cal Poly band videos,
mhm.
we do this thing called Georging where it's like I would call it like synchronized dancing and not really marching.
Is that like the toe pointing down thing, or no?
No, not that.
Okay.
That's what we called run on.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Yeah, we do run on. That's probably like the most traditional thing that Cal Poly's band still does. Is that before pregame at a football game,
hmm
the band will run on kind of literally, but not. Well, they would do
Oh
the
yeah,
march,
yeah,
the very traditional march,
yeah.
um onto the field,
hmm
and it's really tiring because
hmm
you gotta kick your leg up so that it's like parallel to the ground.
Oh man.
It's or like your thighs like parallel to the ground. It's a lot of work, and then like to play after running on, because like it takes the band like a minute to like 2 minutes to have the whole band run on. And
Yeah.
let's say you're at the beginning of the run on, like yeah, you get on the field first, but you gotta basically keep running on until like the whole band is done. So you're gonna be running on for like another like a minute, and it would suck to be the person in the front because you would be running on like in place
Yeah.
all the time, like
Yeah.
waiting for the rest of the bands. That was a lot.
Yeah. Wow.
Um,
I
but-
was lucky not to do that for my field shows. All we had to do was just 9 to 5 onto the field.
oh, okay, that's pretty simple. It's pretty easy. I
Yeah,
don't know,
yeah,
I think it's just like a band tradition that we just kind of kept around.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, anyways, yeah, we do this thing called Georging where it's like synchronized dancing and it's like a lot of fun.
Mhm,
Basically, when we need to go somewhere, um, think of it like when we're at CI and Drumline plays Cadence,
mhm.
the band is doing stuff,
Oh yeah,
right? But like
yeah,
take that and like multiply that by like 100.
yeah.
And we don't only have one cadence, we have like 10. So there's like 10 different cadences, and like the whole band knows all these cadences. Even though we don't
Yeah,
know the name, we know what they sound like. So we
yeah.
know like, oh, that's the cadence where we do that. Like it's just
Uh-huh.
something where we kind of learn.
Yeah.
And literally like during pay band camp, it's like, all right, guys, this is what we're doing. Like we're gonna George, but you're gonna learn it we're not gonna tell you what to do. Like you're gonna learn it the hard way. You're
Yeah,
gonna learn
yeah.
by doing. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember doing something like that for my marching band when the drumline would do their marching cadence, and we have to follow the section leader's dance on the way
Yep.
to the field.
Yep.
Because we would be we have like a separate marching band parking area, like right across the street from where the football stadium was. So like right when call time was, like when we zipped up in uniform, we're all warmed up. We line up, probably just like you guys, like in the two lines, and then when the drum line starts playing, we just start boogieing to the
Yes.
game area.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I remember, I think the first year, like when we were alumni, you were like getting that started with the band. and
Yeah,
the drum line.
I try to do something like it. It's kind of hard to do because the way that our ours works or Cal Poly's is that it's very like cadence driven.
Yeah.
So depending on the cadence, that dictates like what sort of thing the band is doing.
Uh huh.
And not even the whole band. Most of the synchronized dancing, it was like section specific. So like
Yeah.
different
Yeah.
sections would do different things. So if I'm a trumpet player, I have no idea what the flutes are doing. Like they're
Mhm,
doing their own
mhm.
thing, or like
Yeah, yeah.
or like the tuba. I have no idea what they're doing.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Honestly, I love that. It's so
yeah.
it gives really like the personality of the band
Yep.
of each section.
Mhm.
Because there's this one song that the marching band played at my school, and it was called Conan. And like people go crazy when we play Conan because that's the time when the Souzas literally do like the head banging thing that they do.
Mhm.
Like after this podcast, like you should look up like SJSU Conan. Like that's just lit. It's lit.
I'll do it right now. Dang.
So epic.
Watch it after. Ooh,
Okay.
that looks fun already. After seeing the thumbnails.
Yeah.
Um,
That's honestly like one of the most exciting things I've seen.
yeah.
Like the like sections do, and we were saying about like the personality of each section is doing their own thing, and
Yeah.
that getting passed on to like the years after.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, there's one cadence where as a section, you name off what the section does, and every section does that. So every section is doing something different. And
Uh-huh.
only the section knows what those movements are.
Mhm.
So if I'm like the trumpet section leader, which I'm gonna be one calling out like what the next dance move is.
Yeah.
Like only we know what like the bees are. You know,
Yeah.
if I call it the bees, like only the trumpets know what to do for
Yeah.
that call out. It's
Yeah.
pretty funny. So yeah, for a lot of the cadences, you know, the sections would be doing their own specific thing. But then there are some cadences where like the whole band is doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it gives a sense of like we're organized, but it's chaotic. There's like this chaotic, like
Yeah.
organized group that's doing all this crazy stuff, but we're
Yeah.
still when we're ready to play a song, like we could snap back into formation and
Yeah. Yeah.
and play the tune.
Yeah. That's cool. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. So I think yeah, we call that Georging, and Georging was a lot of fun. It's very tiring, but because it's so fun, you don't think about how tired you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish future years of like the CI band and drumline could do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because I know like just for parades, like the band would just be doing time for cadence like.
Yeah. It could be so much more fun than
Yeah.
that, you know?
Yeah.
Since we tasted like the university college
Mhm.
band like
Mhm.
life, it was like
Yeah.
you guys could be doing so much more.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Yeah.
sometimes the band is not very receptive. It's like what are you talking about?
Yeah. But that's how it is in high school. It's like
Yeah.
it's sort of that intro level of the band or marching band, and it's sort of that like that nurturing time where you just sort of figure it all out. And yeah, it's like you have to experience those kind of things for yourself. And it's like
Yeah.
it would have been great to have one of those people like come in and teach us all that stuff when we were younger, in like pre-university experienced marching band. But yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah,
overall.
that personal development is like invaluable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Let's see, what else about college band that stuck out to me? I think for me in college band socially, I wasn't very involved. I was very like show up to rehearsal, show up to the events and the games, and
Uh-huh.
then I'm done kind of thing. I wasn't
Yeah.
very involved with like I wasn't in Kappa Kappa Psi. I didn't do
Mhm.
or I didn't go to a lot of the fundraisers, you know,
Yeah.
that sort of thing. So I was very like clock in, clock out, I guess,
Uh-huh.
with the band, at least in college.
Did
Because I knew how much effort it took to be like in a leadership position or to be in like a position where like I care about the band, like this is what
Yeah.
I have to do kind of thing. Like I was
Yeah.
like, I don't want to do that again. Or like it's not that I don't want to do that again, it's just that like I had to realign my priorities because it's like school.
Mhm.
I think like my major has to take precedence over that
Yeah.
or like over music.
Yeah. Did did your band ever have like parties or anything or like
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah,
I remember I went to a handful, and I was like, man, if you thought frat parties were bad,
I guess it depends on the band. Because
yeah,
there are some band cultures that are much more like a lot. I guess
yeah,
I'll
oh
say
yeah, oh
versus
yeah.
some
There
others.
was
It depends.
like I think it just depends on the clique in the band.
Yeah.
Because that's something that I feel like really transitions a lot from people from like high school band to like university band is the cliques. And it's like we didn't really talk about this before, but like in
Yeah.
band, you definitely see the cliques. Like you
Oh
see
yeah,
like
yeah.
and the thing is like like these certain people are gonna like gravitate towards each other. And that's just the way like these really big groups.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really obvious in a university band because there's
Yeah.
200 people,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It's not like 40 or 50 people. There's 200
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. I remember one of our performances for our football game, and we were doing a show, and I remember the other tenor saxes were getting wasted right before the show.
it's a college band.
Yeah, so this is pretty much the college band experience. But like, I didn't drink that much, but I did drink a little bit. I know I shouldn't have, but I did. But I remember there was a certain part in the field show where I almost tripped.
Oh no.
And I remember like freaking out that like I might have messed up the formation, but I was fine. But every performance we do, like as soon as the next like practice day comes around, we're always in the ensemble room watching the performance because we always have it recorded for our own records. Yeah, so it's like I was watching the part and I knew where I was in it, and I just see myself stumble a little bit. I'm like I almost messed that up.
Yeah. I did that sometimes too. I would watch the recording and I would be like, I would know when I would mess up, but I would check the recording to see how obvious it was.
Yeah.
And like most of the time, if you don't look for it, you won't notice it. It's just like you're too self-conscious about yourself.
Yeah.
Like, you messed up and you don't want to be like you don't want to mess up like the rest of the band.
Yeah. Did your band ever go to the Vegas for the trips at all? For like the basketball games?
Yeah, we had a pep band go to Vegas. I think the basketball team only went to Vegas if they made it out of the division. So like the top two schools would like move out on from like the rest of the division or something like that.
Yeah.
So like you would only go to Vegas if if our team made it out.
That was the same with San Jose State. I know the pep band were excited to go to Vegas every year.
Yeah.
Of course, to get hammered.
Yeah.
But I remember during marching band, we decided to go to the University of Las Vegas football game with our football team, and God, the ride back, everyone in every bus was hungover. Like I was actually responsible that trip because I wasn't really like in tune with everyone in the band yet or like in my section, so I was just hanging out in my hotel room doing homework during the trip. And like I remember our bus got one of our buses got broken down in Bakersfield. And the AC broke.
Oh no, rip. In Bakersfield? No.
Yeah. And luckily I wasn't on that bus that had the broken AC, but I remember my brothers from my fraternity were on that bus, and they were freaking hungover in like a hot box of a bus, and they were just having a terrible time.
That sucks.
Yeah, dude.
Damn.
Band geeks go hard in a university, I think.
Oh yeah. It's not like in high school. Like they go. So some of them can go kind of hard. And I think certain sections like go harder than others. Like I don't want to judge like any sections, but like it was for our band. It was always like drumline was like always like super hardcore. Like, at parties.
Yeah.
It's just I don't know.
It's just the drumline people.
It's just us, yeah. I don't know why. It's just I guess drumline like people that are like have that personality like gravitate towards drumline. I guess.
Yeah, yeah,
It was like
definitely.
drumline. It was the trumpets usually. Although I
Uh,
wasn't really like part of it, but I knew like the trumpets and like drumline went hard. Like
yeah,
a lot of
yeah,
times like brass. Um,
yeah. I feel like it's mostly the brass. Like like I remember the trumpets at my school were definitely the loudest ones.
yeah, yeah. That's just us in general. um, yeah, I remember this one time where we distinctly had two band parties happen at the same time. And one of the parties was led by like drumline and brass and all those people. So
Yeah.
like everyone knew that party was like the more hardcore party, so to speak,
Yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
The other party was I think hosted by like the Woodwinds or something like that,
Uh-huh.
I think. And like everyone knew like that was like less hardcore, I guess. Like that was like I guess the safer
The safer one.
band party to go to. I don't know what. I don't know. I think band parties in general were like fairly safe, even like for drumline and the trumpets.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah. Overall, nothing bad ever happened at any of those parties.
yeah,
It's just that like they were just having a really great time.
yeah, maybe too good
Yeah,
sometimes. But yeah,
yeah,
I think because everyone was in band, we had like that commonality between everyone.
yeah.
And so that just promotes like a safe environment because we know all of these people. Well, at least like probably like know their names at least. It's kind of hard to know everyone
Uh huh.
because there's like 200 people.
Uh huh.
Um but I think in general like like faces and stuff. So
Yeah, yeah.
um
I think like it was good to have those parties too because it was good time to like get to know a lot of more people that you wouldn't usually
yeah.
see at practice because I know at practices for sure we never really get to see a lot of the other sections because it's like
Right.
we get there, we form up, do a warm up, go into sectionals, and then we're just doing like formations all day. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Definitely for sure for university it was very during like band practice it was very like you would go to band practice, you would like you would rehearse, but then after everyone has like different schedules. Some
Hmm.
people maybe they have class after, other people they might have to go to work.
Yeah.
Um maybe other people have to go to dinner, that sort of thing. So it wasn't like in high school where after rehearsal was done, like that's when we just kind of mingled and did whatever. And that's
Yeah.
that's where a lot of like the personal like relationships come in
Hmm.
and form.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really happen in university because everyone has like different schedules.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Like everyone's doing their own thing.
yeah,
A lot more moving parts in a university band for sure.
yeah, yeah. Let's see, what else about college band?
Can't really think of anything.
Musically, oh yeah, the scale is crazy. Playing with
Did you?
40 other trumpets.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What?
Did you guys use lyres or no?
No, we didn't use lyres.
Oh,
We
we.
actually, no, wait, I take that back. It wasn't like everyone was given a lyre. It was everyone was given like a flip folder that you could attach like a lyre to.
Yeah. Yeah.
But not everyone had like a lyre given to them.
Yeah. Uh huh.
So if you wanted to play with a lyre, you had to like get your own. But I think in our band, the culture was you either memorize it or you hold the music while you play.
I see.
So
Interesting.
yeah, because we played a lot of songs. Like we're talking like 100+ songs.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
it's very hard to memorize songs. I mean, there's some like common songs that we play a lot. Um, but in general, like sometimes we would be sight reading like on the spot at the performance. And because university band, the standard is much higher than high school band.
Yeah.
Um, people are a lot better like musically in university band, and you could pull off kind of those performances where like half the people are sight reading the
Oh.
music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember our university had we used lyres for every performance. And also, as I mentioned before, Scott Pearson, our band director, since he was involved in drum corps, we didn't have clarinets or flutes in our band. He actually didn't want them. He did not want them at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he didn't like the sound that went straight into the floor with the clarinets. Because like with the flutes, they like go like somewhere else. So he made like if he had like a clarinet or flute person, he gave them like a saxophone or like some sort of other brass to learn.
Yeah.
And like there were some people that like learned a new instrument that semester, and they actually did really, really well.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. And like there's a new band director now because Scott Pearson retired and he was there at San Jose State for a really, really long time.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the new band director has clarinets and more woodwinds now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that philosophy was so interesting to me because I never really thought about it before.
Yeah, the drum corps like setup.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even like drum corps, they don't have like saxes. It's just like pure brass and drumline.
Yeah.
Which is like amazing for us because we're brass and drumline.
Yeah.
But sucks for the woodwinds, you know.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, it was really, really cool. He was able to like he made like all of the formations for all the field shows. Picked out all of the music and everything. We had some really good shows. It was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, was there any show that was memorable for you?
I think
that kind of stuck out.
I think either the space show we did or the Back to the Future show.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I think they're on Vimeo somewhere.
Uh-huh.
And I think the year is 2015 when I was in the band. So if you just look on Vimeo, they might be there. I can't really find. I don't really know exactly where they are. But yeah, the Back to the Future show was really fun.
Mm-hmm.
I remember there was part of the show where we make a DeLorean with everyone, and we have it go across the field. It was really cool.
That sounds pretty cool. Did you have like color guard add like the fire in the back?
Oh,
of the DeLorean?
No,
that would have been really cool.
Yeah. Damn, that would have been so cool.
Really cool. We also had our band had twirlers, and occasionally they would light their like batons on fire.
What?
So like some of our field shows had like literal fire.
Wow.
And those always got the audience like clapping. And they were really good.
Nice.
Yeah, think of like the mace work, but on a way smaller thing, and you know they do a great job.
Yeah, our color guard only really had flags and rifles, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know if they really had anything else.
Yeah, we also had flags and our color guard like it depends on the show. So
Same.
If the show needed flags, they would do flags, but if they needed rifles, they would do rifles. It just kind of depends.
Mm-hmm. And that's another thing that was really cool about being in the university band is just seeing that happen, and like how having that sort of just a professional team figure all that out, and not have just a bunch of kids in a room figuring it out, you know.
Yep.
And it's like we just go to practice and everything's already figured out. It's like we just need to do our part.
Do the thing,
Yeah.
We just need to do your part.
Yeah, do the thing, be where you're supposed to be, and play the right notes, and everything works out. Yeah.
Like when you're in a university band, like because the band is so big, a lot of the times when you're thinking of your part, you gotta think of like your part in a micro scale.
Yeah.
Like you don't see the whole image, but as long as you do just your part, like everything else will fall in line when everyone else does their part.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the big difference between like high school bands, at least our high school bands, and university bands.
Yeah, and that's the thing about being in any type of organization, even not band. It's just being a part of something greater than yourself. And doing your job for the goal of the organization.
Mm-hmm.
And enjoying it on the way, of course. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Other things about college band.
Uh,
Um,
I remember. I don't know if you could use this in the podcast at all, but I remember my first month of San Jose State, my fall semester. I don't know if I told you the story, but I actually didn't have a room in San Jose to live in yet
uh-huh.
because I had some roommates that I met in spring semester that were gonna be in an apartment together with. Literally like 2 weeks before the fall semester started, they flakes.
Oh, rip.
Yeah, so beginning of fall semester 2015, I was essentially homeless in the San Jose area.
Oh
So
man.
so I had to hit up my dad at the time,
Mhm.
which when he was still in San Francisco before he passed away, and I
Mhm.
remember I had to commute from where he lived. I lived in the extra room that he had there, and I commuted from SF to San Jose for a whole month in the
Wow.
beginning. And to think, also I was just starting marching band and my fall semester at San Jose State, so
Yeah,
I
and
was
throw
literally
all this in.
yeah, and I didn't have a car yet too.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, so I was commuting using the BART and
Mhm.
the bus. So it would be a 3-hour commute on public transportation, morning and night.
Dang, how far is SF and San Jose, for the people that are not in the Bay Area or don't
I
know the
want to
Bay Area?
say if you're thinking in Oxnard terms, it's like
Mhm.
Oxnard to LA, more or less.
Okay.
So like an hour and a half, hour and a
Yeah.
half drive, depending on the traffic, of course.
Yeah.
So like think of that, but only using like public transportation.
Yeah, which in
Like
SoCal public transportation is bad.
yeah, yeah, and like doing that 6 to 7 weeks because at the time too, I was also taking upon doing that fraternity stuff.
Mhm.
So we had meetings on Sundays.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's literally 7 days a week, like 3-hour commute morning and night.
Mhm.
Leaving the San Francisco area at like in the morning, getting back to SF at like I don't know midnight probably, getting like the last train over from the South Bay back to the West Bay or something. It it was a lot,
Dang,
and
that's rough.
yeah yeah. But luckily though, after a month of doing that, I found a room in the downtown-ish area, and I was able to live there for about I think 4.5, 5 years
Okay.
until I recently moved out earlier this year.
I
But yeah,
see.
it was a crazy commute. I remember
Yeah.
seeing like crazy homeless people on the BART,
Uh-huh.
which is sort of like I guess like the public train equivalent to like a subway
Yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
like the Bay Area, and do the BART is nasty. You see like just like crack pipes on the side of the the runway, and just like the screeching sound of the train going back and forth. It was bad.
Dang. Yeah. I can imagine because I was in New York City for like a day and I got to use their subway system. And it's not as no, it's not as glamorous as, you would think it'd be. you
Yeah.
know?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I was lucky enough to have the university have a perk where if you're a student, you can use certain public transportation for free.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it didn't include the BART, but
Mm.
I just paid a little bit for the BART and got to Fremont, and then from Fremont, use the bus to get a
Mm.
40-minute ride to
Uh-huh.
San Jose,
Oh,
then back and forth, basically.
dang.
But yeah,
Yeah, at Poly, because Cal Poly Slow is not really close to any other major city. It's not like a major like metropolitan area anyways.
yeah,
Um the university and the city had an agreement, and essentially the buses for Cal Poly students is free just for everyone.
mhm,
And it's really handy because you can get around with the bus system without paying anything, which is great.
yeah, yeah.
Um, the way they finance it is that any sort of like tickets or like fines that the university collects from the university, like the police department, they would use that to pay for the bus system. So like it was free, but the school was paying for it through some like avenue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely important as like a first few years of university. It's best to just use public transportation when you can.
Yeah.
Because like when you're budgeting for school, like trying
You
to trying to feed yourself and everything.
Yeah.
It's like you don't want to put gas on that bill, you know?
Yeah. Plus all the things related to cars, the cost of cars.
Yeah.
Being an adult, like I know how much cars are now.
Yeah.
It's expensive.
But yeah.
Yeah, because you gotta register the car, and then you
Uh-huh.
gotta insure the car just in case something happens. You gotta put gas in the car. Even if you have an electric car, you gotta charge the car. Like
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Mhm.
Let's see.
Give me 1 sec. I might
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
put on light. It's getting a little dark.
Oh yeah, me too. We'll take like a 30-second break.
Yeah, it looks better.
That looks better.
Okay.
Let's give myself a timestamp here. 3:11.
All right.
We've been talking for 3 hours.
Oh wow. Nice. Shall we move on?
Yeah.
I don't want to talk anymore about university band.
Yeah, we can move on. I don't think there's anything that comes to mind about university band.
Yeah, I feel like we're just rambling and just trading war stories or something.
Yeah, war stories. Yeah. Regarding post-tsunami, regarding like what are you doing now? I guess in terms of either like your academic life or
Okay.
your like job or that sort of thing.
Well, currently I work full time with Starbucks. I'm like an assistant manager at my location right now. I actually dropped out of college in 2016 because I didn't really feel like I could handle it at the time because I was dealing with a lot. Because like I was dealing with the death of my grandfather, and then a year later I was dealing with the death of my father, which I was just getting close to again because I didn't really was able to grow up with him. And like it was a lot of like emotional stress. I couldn't really handle school and like supporting a lifestyle in San Jose. Because like I was able to do community college my first 2 years without moving out right away. But like as soon as I moved out, I didn't really move back. So like since I moved out of Oxnard, I only really visit like every 3. I used to visit every 3 months, but since I've been working so much, I can only come down like maybe once or twice a year.
Yeah, for like the big holidays.
Yeah, for like Christmas or like a birthday or something.
Yeah.
And that's just sort of like the lifestyle I chose, and it's like it was definitely beneficial for me to drop out of college because like I know it's like college is really important for everyone, but sometimes it's not the best thing to do like right at the second, you know? But currently though, I am taking classes again at San Jose State. I'm working on my degree now for a communication major because when I first registered into San Jose State, I was a math major because I was intending to be a math teacher, but didn't really feel like being a math teacher.
Yeah.
But then like I found like a new passion through the communication major, and I was like, I want to find a new profession through that. So, and luckily with the help from my girlfriend and her family, I was able to like move in with them, save a lot of money, and able to start going to school again, which I'm very lucky for them.
Oh, nice. That's really nice of like her family to do that for you.
And especially
Like,
especially in the San Jose like Bay Area.
yeah.
Like when rent is literally like the worst in the country.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
how much is an apartment? Like 4,000 a month or something like that?
Honestly, probably more.
More than that? Yeah, that sounds about right.
It depends on the area, but like the place I used to live at, I found off Craigslist, and it and it was only $550 a month, which was a steal in San Jose.
Yeah.
But for some context, it was in the basement of a house in like in like this way that like they renovated their entire basement into like a floor of a house. So they have like they made like a kitchen and like they made like 2 bathrooms and like there's like 5 rooms in this apartment or like in this house. And the room was tiny. The room was probably
like a closet.
it was the probably the uniform room.
Dang.
Yeah.
Now, are we talking about the uniform room plus the microwave room next to it, or just the uniform room?
Probably the uniform room and the microwave room.
Okay.
Yeah, it was decent, but like since it was a basement, it had a lower ceiling.
Yeah.
So like I can put my hand up and I can touch the ceiling.
Yeah.
That's how short the ceiling was.
Oh dang.
Yeah. But I mean, that's what you have to do to like try to make it out here.
Yeah, especially in that area. Like I know the real estate there is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like California itself is already really bad, but like the Bay Area just takes it to another level. Like
I know it's because like all the tech companies are here and they're trying to get all of these new coders in to try to develop their apps and everything.
Exactly. That's why, honestly, that's why I didn't want to move to the Bay Area because I would honestly be contributing to the problem.
Yeah. It's that big tech money that's a big problem in the Bay Area.
Yeah. Like you would think at first it would make everyone like really wealthy, but the problem is that you have all these people that are, let's say like, there's this house, right? And if you offer the owner like a certain amount of money, there's a lot of people that are willing to pay more than that. And then you just get into like a bidding war and that pushes the price up higher and higher and higher. And then that's how we get into this expensive real estate market. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And like a bit of like, it's crazy, like the area that I live in now, because since I moved in with my girlfriend's family, because this is her grandparents' house. And like the grandfather passed away a few years ago. It's just the grandmother, but this was the first house in this side of San Jose. Like on this street.
Oh dang!
Like
so it's like a lot older.
Yeah. Because in the front facing house, like if you're in the front facing outwards, like that used to be just all fields. It used to be just orchards.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and I remember they were saying that I think the grandma mentioned that our neighbor, like how I mentioned there was construction every day.
Yeah.
Like there's like my neighbor is like a CEO person from Google, literally.
Oh wow.
Yeah, dude. I like somehow popped into this well-off like neighborhood in San Jose just because.
Wow.
Yeah, my girlfriend.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I was like, I live next to the CEO of Facebook, and
but yeah, like everything is like in a short drives away. Is like Apple's literally like a couple exits away from here, and like everything crazy.
Yep.
But yeah, but like overall, going back to like the path from like high school to here, I did not see myself here at all.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you remember, but in high school, I was really considering joining the military.
Oh, I don't remember that at all, actually.
Or like I was dabbling with the idea of it more like towards the end of my senior year, but I ended up caving in to just doing community college because it was like the safest option. It's like just literally like a block away from high school, so it was like literally no change. But yeah, and like the road here has definitely been eye-opening because it's like I never thought that I'd be living more or less on my own like in this time, sort of, because graduating in 2012, I did not think, oh, where am I going to be in 8 years, or where am I going to be, how am I going to feel, what am I going to think,
Yeah.
Because it's like you're definitely like a completely different person. And that's true. It's like every year, like, or every day, it's like you're a new you every time you wake up. And definitely going through more experiences of life and just more or less just growing up just gives you more of those enlightening sort of experiences to just pick a direction and just, even though it might not be the safest, but it might be the most fulfilling.
Yeah, I feel like adult life is very ambiguous
Yeah.
at times because when you're in elementary school, junior high, high school, every year is like a leveling up experience. You're going from like 6th grade to 7th grade. Like it's a very clear like you're going to like the next level,
Yeah.
right? And so every year there's always a sense of like progression
Uh-huh.
where you're doing something like more, you're learning more or whatever. But the moment you become an adult, like that's all gone. Like it's a lot more ambiguous. Some people, they go to school, some people they go to work. Some people they choose some other paths that I don't know.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, adult life is a lot more ambiguous. So like those level up experiences are not as clear cut like in junior high or high school.
Yeah, definitely. It's like when you're going through all these experiences, it's like you can't go through them without like a little bit of risk,
Yeah.
It's like no one's gonna pave the road for you. You just have to just do it.
Yeah, there's not that safety net
Yeah.
like in high school.
Yeah, because like when we were talking about like our like high school band experience, my drumline experience, it's like we were like exposed to that sort of lifestyle at a very minuscule way, just from being in those leadership roles and having those like moments of decision of like, oh wait, is this the right choice? What should I do instead? You know what I mean? You have to weigh out your options.
Yeah.
And that's that sort of, I could think, I would say it would be like one of those really important lessons you have to learn early on that would just help you when you're older and you can carry it on to like your kids or something. It's just that make sure you weigh your options and make sure you're benefiting from it the most and not, selling yourself the short end of the stick.
Yeah, you got to find like those other opportunities of like personal development.
Yeah.
It's not very obvious like in high school or junior high.
Yeah, because when you're in high school, you get that tunnel vision of like, all right, I'm going to do this thing so I can get this grade, so I can go home and not get grounded.
Yeah, it's very linear. Like it's kind of like it's a game with like a linear story, right? There's no multiple paths to take. And so I feel like that's why high school was so, I don't know if I want to say easy, but it's very easy in terms of like the decisions you make.
Yeah.
Right? Like there's no like I don't know. It's very obvious like what you have to do to like
looking back at high school as adults, it's definitely life on easy mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not really I want to say like the experiences that like the good part of a high school is sort of like the growing aspect of it. And when we were there in high school, it was definitely hard. It's like we were kids.
Oh yeah. You feel like it's like this is like the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, it's like oh my god, I did the trombone suicide when I wasn't supposed to. I'm never gonna let this down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's those like small things that you don't really think about until you're older, and it's like when you're finally older, it's like, huh.
Yeah.
I wish I did that differently in high school.
Yeah. And, like in the grand scheme of things, the things you did in high school, like the little things, don't really matter. Like
it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, like I talk about like the whole, the trombone suicides during the rally. Like it honestly doesn't matter, but I bring it up because it's like a memory that I remember. Of me like screwing up,
There's those moments that you have in the back of your head. It's like I cringe so hard when I remember I dropped my stick in that performance.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
like it's nothing compared to what we deal with like every day as an adult,
As an adult, oh man, yeah. Also, like just from I don't know, like from a personal standpoint, like when you're in high school, most of the time you have like your family or like your guardians
Hmm.
to like depend on. It's
Yeah.
literally why you're called a dependent.
Yeah.
Um, but but then after high school, if you're living on your own, some people they don't have that safety net,
Yeah.
you know.
Hmm.
Um, and it's difficult sometimes
Hmm.
to like
Definitely.
even like pay rent or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
So
There were times where I wasn't able to like I had to like spread my finances pretty thin because like I was living out here on my own with no help.
yeah,
Like trying to work full time because that's like another reason why I had to quit school is because I need to focus on work to stay out
yeah. It's expensive.
here.
Expensive
Yeah.
area.
Uh-huh. But yeah. But it's one of those like prep like it just preps you for the next day, you know?
Mhm.
It just gets you through.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Those sound like fireworks, or maybe not. Um, oh
So
man, this is a side note. Like, leading up to like July, the 4th of July, fireworks like every single day. It's a little bit better now, but Oxnard, people are gonna like use fireworks on like the randomest days.
yeah,
And
I
most of the
remember.
time it's fireworks. Sometimes it's gunshots. We're
Yeah,
kind of used to it here.
yeah. It's pretty bad in San Jose too, I feel like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think because before I moved into this nicer neighborhood, I lived in a really like beat up part of downtown.
Would you say
Like
it's like the bad part of the neighborhood?
yeah, yeah, the more industrial side, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's like at 3 a.m. It's like I hear a shot. It's like is that a firework or a gunshot? I don't know. I'll see it in the news tomorrow.
Yeah. Firework gunshot, or is it like someone slapping their slides against the ground? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah,
that gets pretty loud.
yeah. Like Cal Poly didn't have like a big homeless problem, huh? Or like in the San Luis Obispo
We
area.
have, I think because it's just a smaller area in general, like
Mm,
it's definitely like a small town
yeah.
because when school is in session, the students make up half of SLO's population.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so like the Cal Poly has around 20,000 students.
Hmm.
Um, so when school's in session, the population of the city is like around 40,000. So
Wow.
yeah, like half the students or half the population are students. So the students actually make up like a big part of like the city
Hmm.
and um and slow, there's a lot of like retired white people to put it very bluntly.
Yeah.
Um there's a lot of retired people, so sometimes like the city council will like make city ordinances to like um they don't they don't have the interest in like the students
Hmm.
at all, even though they make up half the population. So they'll make these city ordinances like during the summertime when the students aren't there to like, I don't know, um like cover the city's interests. I don't know, like
I
um
get what you're saying.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But definitely, yeah, it's a very small town feel.
Hmm.
Um there's not really like a bad neighborhood. Like the whole town, not even a city, is like a town.
Yeah.
Like it's very like I don't want to say like run down or anything. It's very like on the upper class. Think of like slow like Camarillo,
Yeah.
basically.
That's what I always thought of like
Yeah.
slow. It's like either Camarillo or like Thousand Oaks kind of.
Yeah, it's that kind of like upper middle class,
Hmm.
vibe.
Yeah.
Um
Yeah, dude.
yeah.
In San Jose, homelessness is just a part of life.
Yeah. Because
It's
the
like
rent is crazy.
yeah, and it's like you go to a
Housing.
corner, you go to the corner of the street, and like under 5 seconds, you can see a homeless person, and it's like especially
Yeah.
bad in the downtown area,
Oh
because
man, yeah.
like my first place here in San Jose when I first moved here, I didn't have any internet at my
Mhm,
first room that I rented, so I had to go to a Starbucks every day to work on homework,
mhm.
and like I literally had to fight for tables
Oh
because
man.
because homeless would just be there all day long.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's like so bad over here.
Oh man.
There's like literally like tents on the side of freeways now, or
Oh
like
yeah. Yeah.
on the incline or whatever when they turn into the freeway or something. That
Mhm.
like patch of dirt in like right in between. There's like tents pitched there now.
Oh
So
dang.
yeah, yeah, it's getting really bad over here now.
Dang. So at Starbucks, you're like an assistant manager, right?
Yeah, basically, I'm
Do you
like,
do you have any
I,
like war stories like dealing with homeless people?
man, it's like if it's not a homeless person, it's just a crazy person.
Karens?
Yeah,
Yeah, we talk about
basically.
Karens a lot in Patty's episode.
Yeah, I worked at in San Jose. I've worked at so many different locations. I'm like, I've been with the company for over 4 years, 4.5 years now, and I think the like it varies from location to location on how bad like the problem is with homeless. It's just a part of like being like working at Starbucks since we have like free internet. The like bathrooms are always open.
Like generally there's AC.
Yeah. Like now since it's like the whole like pandemic thing, we don't have our lobby open for anyone anymore. So we
Yeah.
don't re- so we don't really have to deal with like homeless sticking around for too long or
Oh, that's
like
good.
or completely trashing our restroom everywhere. But like from a couple moments I could think of right now, I remember there was poop everywhere in one of our restrooms.
What?
Yeah, there's this one particular homeless person
Mhm.
at one of my locations I worked at for a few months, and like there was this one particular homeless guy I was warned about, but I didn't know how he looked like, and I was closing that night, and a homeless man went into the bathroom, and like my coworker comes up to me and is like, "Hey, it's that guy, it's Derek. Shit, it's
Can't
Derek."
breathe.
They know his name and everything. I'm like, "Who's Derek?" Derek is that homeless guy who said not to go in the restroom. I'm like, and we had to, and then after he leaves, I bit the bullet and I peeked inside, and the walls were brown.
Wow. The walls were brown.
Like they were literally like the tiles looked brown. It was so bad.
Wow.
Yeah. Um. I've been definitely been yelled at by so many people because I put too much foam on their latte or whatever. I mean,
Oh, I see.
it's the day of it's part of life, you know.
Yeah. As a
Karen didn't get her perfect non-fat no foam latte,
yeah,
extra hot.
as a barista. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I used to work in retail, so I know when,
Hmm.
those kinds of people complain. Oh yeah, and
Yeah.
some people like they know that you'll like I don't know, like they know like you'll go out of your way to like satisfy whatever they're
Oh
asking.
yeah. Yeah.
So some people take advantage of that, and like sometimes you
Hmm.
gotta recognize like, hey, you're like crossing the line here, man.
Yeah. It's definitely bad for food service and retail people,
Yeah.
or just like in any customer service position.
Mhm.
And it's like it really sucks that it's this way because it's like the customers are always right because like companies have want like their image to not be damaged by by like one employee like refusing to help someone because they're being a dick, you know.
Yeah.
It's because like it sucks that like high management is training so many employees to make sure to give the customers what they want even though it's damaging, like, you know what I mean. It's like
Yeah.
it's really scarring to some people, like getting like sworn at by this random person who didn't get what they wanted just because someone made a small mistake, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like we're typically humble people, and it's like if something bad's like, oh, don't worry, it happens, it
Yeah. Take care
happens.
of it, yeah.
Yeah. But it's like you get, you know, like those kind of people when they walk into the door, if they're
Yeah,
like
when they take advantage of it, it's like, oh
yeah,
god.
yeah. Like I had this one customer one time refused to pay because we put whip on her frappuccino, or she wanted a refund because we put whip on her frappuccino or some shit. It was so bad. And like luckily I was able to like calm her down and tell her, "Don't worry, we'll remake it. Sorry, you have a slight like milk allergy or something. I don't know." But yeah, Starbucks is crazy,
Oh yeah.
especially during happy hour.
Oh, there's a happy hour? I didn't know that. I mean, I don't go to Starbucks, so I don't know that much
well,
about.
like there's just this promotion that Starbucks does every few weeks or every few months or so, where they like buy one get one.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's like like for like 4 or 5 hours from like 2 to 7. I participate in locations and anyone can get anything. Just buy one get one.
Oh, I see.
And
So,
people take advantage of that so bad, even during a pandemic,
wow.
because there was a happy hour on Thursday this week,
Mhm.
and luckily I wasn't there for this happy hour, but I have
Oh.
for previous happy hours, and like people get drink orders like up to 10 drinks.
In one order? Like,
Yeah, in one order. They're
dang.
all frappuccinos and they all take forever to make. And then
Oh,
like, because the thing is like Starbucks has this mobile order system where people can
yeah.
order through the app.
Yeah.
Then what? Because the thing is like, even if one person orders 10, like that doesn't stop someone else from ordering 10 more drinks like a minute after him. So now I have 20 drinks I have to make in this window, on top of more orders coming in, like literally every other minute. And
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
but yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, and because of COVID, a lot of the times Starbucks doesn't let you go inside.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you have to go through the drive-through, right?
yeah,
And
yeah.
every Starbucks I've seen, the drive-through is like packed. There's like 20 cars in line. They've been waiting for like at least half an hour. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't. Luckily, I don't work at any drive. I've never worked at. Well, actually, I've worked at one drive-through, but my primary store is only a cafe,
Oh, okay.
so we only have to deal with people at the door. But even since people can't come in, we still have to like organize everything, take all the drinks, make sure it's like they're all alphabetized, so once they come in, they can get their drink as soon as possible and everything.
I see.
And you know how like Starbucks have the big like sort of community table in some stores?
Yeah.
Just imagine that like corner to corner filled with drinks. Like that's how bad a happy hour can get.
Dang. Yep. That sounds about right. Dang.
people
So,
people just need their fraps.
yeah. So at your Starbucks location, like how do you order? Do you order through the app or can you go inside and just put your order in? But you can't
Uh
like, just hang around.
yeah. We used to not allow people in the location or like in the doors at all. We used to have
Yeah.
like a table outside. Someone would go outside, grab their order,
Yeah.
walk back in on the register, ring them up, and do all that. But
Mhm.
now we have we have tables blocking off the lobby, so they just walk into like the door area, and they never leave that like area where the door is, and they can just go back out to wait for the drink.
I see.
Yeah. Like recently, it's been a little more lenient because I think COVID's getting a little bit better. But like since I'm in the Bay Area, it's like still one of the top COVID places in the country still. It was actually one of the first counties to go into shelter in place. I
Oh
remember when,
yeah. Bay Area, like you guys were the first.
yeah.
To
We
go
were
shelter in
we
place.
were the first to like shut everything down.
Mhm.
And I remember when we were first finding all of that out, I was calling my manager. I was even talking to the district manager.
Mhm.
I was like, "What are we doing? Are we closing? Are we closing for good?" And it's like it was really hard for the company, I think, to like figure out the best solution,
Mhm.
because I know like Starbucks as a brand, it's definitely in the place of a lot of Americans like lifestyle.
Yeah.
And I know it's really weird to say that, but it's sort of true. How much people depend on like Starbucks for
Yeah.
their like for for their caffeine or whatever they get from there.
Yeah, it's
But
getting
yeah,
ridiculous.
yeah, it is.
I mean, I think it's ridiculous. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Honestly, people should just make coffee at home. It's easy.
Yeah, get those Keurig
Yeah,
thing like makers. You can make
yeah,
your
yeah.
own
Every
coffee at
like
home.
any like people should just make coffee on their own because it's so easy, and it's literally like one of the oldest recipes ever. It's like it's been passed down for generations on generations, and it really sucks that a lot of people don't know how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to do it because I don't drink it that much, so
Yeah,
I don't really have a reason to drink it.
yeah. But like some people depend on it. I know.
Oh
Like,
yeah. It's like literally an addiction.
yeah.
It's really
Totally.
bad. It's really addictive. I don't want to
Especially
get
on college campuses too. You see everyone with the Starbucks cup.
Oh yeah. I made it a point during college to if if I don't if I'm not like tired and if I'm not like about to pass out, then I don't need to drink any caffeine or any coffee. The only time I drank coffee or caffeine or energy drinks was like late night library sessions, like the day before the midterm, stuff like that. Not like everyday consumption, no.
Yeah, see, you're lucky, Duke. You're you're not like me, where I need like my 6 shots right before my shift to get me through my next 8 hours of hell.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's too much. Yeah, I made sure not to depend on that because I don't want to be, spending all that money or needing that thing to like function.
Yeah. The cool thing about working at Starbucks though is that I get everything for free.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and
You get it.
especially because like since we work with making our own beverages, we can customize it as much as we want. Like the exact rules for Starbucks employees is that you get a drink before your shift, on each break, on your lunch, and after work. You can get a free drink.
Oh.
Yeah, so like technically we don't really keep track of how many drinks you get.
Yeah.
Like I doubt anyone's gonna get more than 5 drinks while they're working.
Yeah, because you're gonna be so busy with making the drinks anyway.
Yeah. But it's just part of the partner perks that we give to all the employees.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's how my pure addiction started.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would make a matcha frap for myself every day then. Because I actually went to Starbucks. I know I said I don't go to Starbucks, but I went to Starbucks a couple days ago with Brandon because he was offering, because he has a bunch of gift cards. Yeah, like he doesn't drink Starbucks either, but he said, "Hey, I have all these gift cards. I'm gonna go to Sacramento. Like, you want to hang out for a little bit?" And so we went to Starbucks to hang out through the drive-through. Like we couldn't go inside, but we hung out in the car.
Nice.
Yeah, and I got the matcha frap. So
yeah, it's really popular.
Good. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I feel like a lot of because I'm at this new location which is on the east side of San Jose, and like the east side has a lot of Asians. I'll just say that. And it's
the east side. Yeah. Actually, yeah. I know what you're talking
about. East side San Jose is where all the Vietnamese, like Chinese, Cantonese, like everyone's over there. And like my location specifically is in a very like Asian supermarket-esque kind of shopping center. Like, have you heard of the brand Line Market?
Line Market. Actually, no.
I think it might be just a Bay Area thing, but it's basically like an Asian market.
Oh, okay.
Equivalent to like how Ralph's is kind of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like to that kind of scale. So like a lot of people that come into my store get the Vietnamese iced coffee style kind of thing.
Oh man, so you know how hard Vietnamese iced coffee is then.
Yeah. But like the Starbucks.
There you go.
Yeah, but like the Starbucks equivalent to that is just like iced espresso with white mocha. Because that's basically what it is, like condensed milk sort of with espresso. It's really strong, really quick.
Yep.
So it's like majority of the drinks I make at my location now are like 4 shots of espresso over ice with 4 pumps of white mocha. And I'm literally making 10 of those in the span of like 15 minutes because everyone's getting it.
Yeah, so like you could do that in your sleep, right?
Yeah,
at that point.
Yeah, I'm like a crazy man on bar. I just like go.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, that's the Starbucks life.
Dang.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
No, Paul works at a coffee shop. Not at Starbucks. He's like a barista at like a mom and pop coffee shop.
Nice.
So things work a little bit differently, I would assume,
Yeah.
at his place, since
Oh
it's a
yeah.
mom and pop shop.
Yeah. I definitely. I wouldn't say that I envy people that work at smaller cafes, but it's definitely a different vibe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like being a barista for Starbucks is definitely like miles different from being a barista at a mom and pop kind of cafe.
Yeah.
Because it's
Yeah.
like because with that without a Starbucks, you're expecting that like fast food kind of service
Mhm.
where everything is done this exact same way really quickly.
Yeah, everywhere, no matter where you go.
Yeah, the same experience wherever you go, kind of.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's
But
also very corporate too.
yeah, definitely. Compared to like those mom and pops that like have a really more personal niche kind of
Yeah.
experience,
Mhm.
where they focus more on like the personal experience when you walk in.
Mhm.
Cause I know like a lot of mom and pop kind of cafes do like a lot of cool latte art kind of.
Oh
They
yeah.
have a really nice look to their cafe and everything. I honestly thought about eventually opening my own coffee shop one day, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually this is something that I never thought I would get into, but I recently got into like business. Like how to
Mm.
manage your business, how to start a business, that kind of thing.
Oh, cool.
So I think, if you have some sort of ambition like that,
Mhm.
it's gonna be a lot of work. Like I heard opening a coffee shop, it's very competitive. Like you're competing with
Yeah.
Starbucks.
Yeah.
How everyone knows what Starbucks is.
Yeah.
Very hard to
Yeah.
break into that market.
Oh yeah.
So it's a lot of work, but I don't know. I guess it depends on your target market
Yeah. Mhm.
for sure.
Yeah.
Like if you open a coffee shop, but like with a twist, some sort of like twist that's unique to
Mhm.
your place, that will get a
Mhm.
lot of people
Yeah.
into it.
Yeah, and a lot of thing now, and the thing is now with like restaurants in general is that social media is a good medium to like get the name out there.
Yeah.
Because there's actually a lot of popular cafe brands in the Bay Area that could only like were able to make it out here because they have a really great social media presence and they're able to like market themselves like uniquely. And I feel like the mentality is like you're either with Starbucks or you're anti-Starbucks.
Yeah. Paul's very anti-Starbucks, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you walk into a cafe,
Yeah.
no one wants to hear the word Starbucks.
Yeah. It's funny. Like Paul says, friends don't let friends go to Starbucks.
Yeah, it's true.
That's funny.
It's true. You like I said, you're either with us or against us.
Yep. Exactly.
Uh,
Like I'm pretty neutral with coffee. I don't drink it. I know
yeah.
Vietnamese coffee because I'm Vietnamese, but Vietnamese coffee is like pretty lit.
Yeah.
Like that's what I would have if I drank coffee. Like
Uh-huh.
it's pretty good. It's really strong too.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah.
I just don't want to get like addicted to it or like I need it kind of thing.
Mhm. It definitely messes up your sleep schedule.
Oh yeah.
Because I remember at the peak of like my like stressful work and like stressful work time or whatever, I was doing like 50-hour weeks, closing 5 to 6 nights a week, working until probably like 11, maybe even midnight, depending on how busy the day was. And I would get home, I would have dinner at like midnight, not get to bed until like 3 or 4, go to sleep, wake up at noon, and do the same thing again. You know, and that's how like those crazy like the caffeine addiction comes in. It's just that you're just stuck in this work loop. Of like you have to depend on it to get you through the work shift. You know.
Yeah. Oh man.
I remember a while though I was actually off caffeine, or I was off coffee, like Starbucks coffee.
Was this before working at Starbucks or like during?
During.
Okay.
Yeah. I had a good couple months where I actually didn't drink any espresso. I was drinking a lot of green tea and oolong tea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But then I just went back and just started drinking coffee.
I just went back, yeah. I mean, it's free. It's hard to like not,
Yeah.
drink it.
Yeah. I could quit whenever I want, right?
Yeah. Living in San Jose, like, I'm sure you're exposed to a lot of like boba places or like
Oh,
tea
oh yeah.
places. Like, what do you think of those places?
Those things are pretty lit. I have to agree. I think that like there's a big community of like boba tea heads over here,
That would totally be
especially
me.
yeah, especially on like the east side and like the when you get probably just like all around the Bay Area, you can just find different like boba tea places just because there's just so many of like that kind of culture around here.
Yeah.
And I think it's really really cool to like see that because that's the main thing why I really wanted to come to San Jose compared to other places I considered moving to for school. It was just like the more like diverse area and is like
Yeah.
wanted to expose myself to something I wasn't used to. Because like growing up in Oxnard, it's like I never left Oxnard. I like spent my whole life there. I just wanted to like throw myself into this big city and just see what happens.
Yeah. And Oxnard is not a very diverse place either, at the least.
Well,
Well,
it's a little
it,
diverse.
it has a little bit of diversity, but let me explain what I mean. Like, it's majority like Filipino, Hispanic, which
Uh-huh.
nothing wrong with that, but like, you know, like it's very noticeable that those are the two dominant like races. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
if you go to like LA, there's like Koreans, Vietnamese,
Mm-hmm.
Mexicans,
Mm-hmm.
Cubans, like Armenians. Like it's very like obvious that there's a very diverse set of
Yeah.
people.
Uh-huh.
In Oxnard, I don't really get that.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what
You
you're
know what I
saying.
mean?
Yeah.
So it's
I think it's
diverse because of the
yeah.
ethnicity.
Yeah. I
Oh, I
think
see.
yeah, I feel like that's mainly for Oxnard. But if you look at
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Ventura County, it's really diverse. If you
yeah,
look
yeah,
at it
yeah.
like
As a whole, yeah,
like Oxnard as a little pocket of the southern Ventura County area, yeah, you're right.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, so that's sort of the lens that I'm seeing it through, like the pocket of not even North Oxford, like South Oxford,
Yeah.
you know?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Because, I think about our high school class and it's very obvious, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I'm probably like one of only like a handful of Vietnamese people, for example.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when I was in LaForge's physics class, he showed us like the diversity like pie chart of the
Mm.
district, um and I think of the school in general, and it was like 90% Hispanic, like 90%
Mm.
Hispanic,
Yeah.
like 2% Filipino, and like 0.02 like percent like Asian, because like like Filipino, like they're like, yeah, they're Asians, but they're such like a bigger category that
Yeah.
you can classify them as like a separate
Yeah,
group.
definitely.
um
Like
so
Filipinos are in that weird line between Asian and
and
Pacific
like,
Islander.
yeah, there's always that debate. Like, no, you guys are Asians. I'll fight you guys on that.
I mean, they can call us whatever they want, as we're still
Yeah,
Filipinos.
yeah. No, I don't know. I don't really care. But
Yeah.
um, but yeah. How did we get into that topic? I don't remember.
I don't remember
Oh,
either. I
the
think
diversity of San Jose and
yeah.
yeah,
But yeah, I wanted to get out here, experience it for myself, the big city life. But yeah, like I don't regret like all the years I spent here. Like they were enlightening, fulfilling, stressful, hella stressful.
Oh man,
But definitely like wouldn't regret, would do it again.
yeah. What was the first thing you noticed when you moved there that like shocked you? That like gave you that culture shock?
Probably like how fast everything was moving
Mhm.
and just like how little you feel, I think.
Oh, I see.
Because it's like you like when you're when you're thrown into a big city after growing up in your hometown, especially in San Jose in the Bay Area, you really get a perspective on how big the world actually is.
Yep.
Yeah, because especially having these really huge companies around San Jose, really like financing like the lifestyle out here with certain people, with certain lifestyle choices that some people take, or like the career paths that other people take, or whatever. And it's like it makes you realize the world is a lot bigger than you are. You can't really like. I don't want to say like. It's like viewing it as. It's like when you want to. I'm losing my train of thought here.
Okay. It's classic podcast.
Take it back from the beginning.
Yeah, I will say, and it might help you put your thoughts together. I will say, like when you're in high school, like your bubble is very. There's a certain size of your bubble, right? But the moment you go to university or move to another area, like your bubble just expands. Like crazy.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one of the biggest things I noticed going from like high school to like adult life.
Mm-hmm.
Like your bubble just expands. At least here in California. I don't know if it's like that in other parts of the country.
Yeah. And it's like with having so many diverse people around you, you're just seeing how everyone else. You also take into account everyone else's reaction to what they see every day.
Yeah.
And it gives you a bigger perspective on like where you are in life and where you are in the world. It could be like a good thing for some people and could be a bad thing, because like some people can't handle like feeling like this, or being like so small and like not like so really like, I would want to say like claustrophobic kind of, but like they feel like the world is like crumbling around them because they're not doing this one thing right because they saw someone else do it right.
Up with, if it's like a train, they're not keeping up with it.
Yeah. And the thing is like it doesn't matter. You just catch the next one. It's like it's because the thing is like life isn't like a sprint. It's a marathon. It's like you just keep on going. It doesn't matter who finishes first. It's like it's gonna end at the end, obviously, but it's like it doesn't matter who gets there first. You just need to keep on going.
Yeah, that's one of the things I noticed going from school to work. Like school is very much a sprint, right? You gotta study for the next midterm, or you gotta put in the hours for that project that you're working on, stuff like that. It's very much a sprint, because you're doing these things that require like a burst of energy. It's not like you're doing one thing like over a long term, and plus you have like a lot of classes you have to take. It's very bursty in that regard. But when I started to go to work, it's very much like the same thing over and over again, for me at least. So like there's no longer that sprint of school. It's very much like a marathon, like you said.
Yeah, and it's like you said there's like when you're in school you have those short-term goals. You're just trying to make it to the end of the semester. Trying to get that diploma, trying to get that A on that test,
Yeah.
But then once you get out of it, you have to work on these bigger goals, these like long-term ones that you're trying to get to,
Yep.
And it's like some people can get them in 2 years, some people in 10, some people in 30, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. You just got to go with it. Just go with the flow. But yeah.
Is there anything you would like tell your high school self, like your 18, 17-year-old self? Or maybe even like any of the current bandies. I know we gave some advice to the current bandies.
Yeah.
The last couple hours.
I would say, we've been going at this for a while. Shoot.
Yeah.
I would say if I were to tell my like junior, senior year self, I would tell him to just keep on going. Just like make sure to just like not like don't get too nervous about like what other people think about what you want to do. To just
Yeah.
like work hard with what you want to do. Like find a passion that you want to like expand on. And it's like when we're in high school, we're given this idea is like college is the best option. And it's like sometimes it's not. And
Right.
it's like it depends from person to person. Like I definitely advocate for college because like from experience, and I probably you can speak from experience too. It's like you definitely get a good idea how everything works in life from college, and
Yeah.
you sort of get put into the situation where you have to learn how to think like an adult from college. But it's at the end of the day, you just have to find out what you want to do, or find just a passion that you see yourself doing. And just make sure you stay happy, more or less.
Yeah. Don't worry about what other people think, even though they might look down on you.
Yeah.
But it's kind of hard because some people will like judge you, and then other people will like say like, hey, that's like they're like genuinely looking out for you, and they'll say like, hey, that's like a bad path.
Mm-hmm. Oh
Like
yeah.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
They're not judging you or anything, they're just trying to cover your back.
Yeah.
So I feel like as a high school student, it's kind of hard to make that distinction between like when people are judging you and when people are looking out for you and like trying to support you.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
they don't want your dream to become a nightmare,
Yeah. Yeah. And like you don't know until like you like experience it yourself, and you have to learn from
Yeah.
your mistakes. Because like I feel like, at least for myself, like being now 26 in 2020, like I honestly wouldn't be here if I didn't mess up certain ways that I did in the past.
Mhm.
But the thing is,
Yeah,
like I
yeah,
don't. But the thing is, like I don't regret it because it made me who I am today, and I'm not
right,
and I'm not upset with how I am today. And the thing is, like you just need to make sure you're happy at the
right.
end of the day.
hmm
Yeah.
Cool. Is there any other things you wanna discuss? Any like miscellaneous things?
I don't know. Like, were there any other things that you wanted to touch on really quick to just use?
I think I hit all of my points. Really is just like any miscellaneous things, and then future goals, and then wrap up. So
I don't know. I think, at least for me, I definitely want to get back into music. I have been like lacking on it a lot recently because I haven't been able to find something I could use,
I
like
feel it.
yeah, to use some sort of like musical talent into. Like I have a drum pad and I have like all my drumsticks from high school still in a stick pouch that I always take out sometimes. Like I always feel like there's always something more I should do.
Yeah.
And I even like would even advocate to anyone like listening to the podcast to make sure you're still playing music in
Yes.
some way, shape, or form, because like it'll make your day 10 times better.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
even if it's like singing in the car by yourself, it's
Yeah.
like music is great. You need to make
hmm
sure you're doing it all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Ever since I graduated from college, I'm like, I don't have band to fall back on. Like, what do I do? What do I do with my life? you know.
Yeah.
So luckily, Julian dragged me to join the Ventura County concert bands.
Ah.
And at first, I was very nervous because I told myself, like, hey, I haven't been in a concert orchestra setting in like 6 years, like 5, 6 years. Like,
hmm
I've only been in like the marching band context because when I was in college, it was mainly marching band context.
Yeah.
Um, so I was like, I'm kind of rusty. It's been a while. But then I decided to just go for it.
hmm
So I went with Julian. Actually, I didn't go with them, but we both went to the first rehearsal of like essentially like the school year, even though we're
Yeah.
all adults.
Yeah. Yeah.
They still run on very much like a school year schedule.
Yeah.
Um,
I
so
feel like it makes sense though.
yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. So we have 4 performances a year, and they happen like at the end of a season.
Mm,
So like we'll have like our first concert be in November, like towards the end of fall.
mhm,
We'll have our like second one at the end of winter towards like end of January. And then our spring one is like in March, and then our summer one is in June.
mhm.
So we have these 4 performances, and we only meet up once a week because we know we're all adults. We have work, or whatever. We all have our schedules.
Mhm.
So we only meet once a week from 7 to 9. Well, it's supposed to be 9:30, but we usually end at 9.
Mhm.
And the great thing about playing with adults is that, like, you know how in college band, like, there's just like a certain expectation you have to meet.
Yeah. Yeah.
With adults, it transcends that even more. Like, I don't know, like I don't know, like there's a certain expectation where, we all have our own schedules, we all have life things to do.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we might suck at this one part, but it's not the end of the world. There's a lot more like empathy,
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
like with an adult like band
Mhm.
versus like, high school band. It can get like very dramatic unnecessarily sometimes,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
I need to look into like some community bands in my
yeah,
area. Like
yeah.
obviously like now they're probably not meeting because of COVID.
Oh yeah, 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 for
But
sure.
like once this is all over, I want to get back into it.
Yeah,
Like
I know, yeah, Julian dragged me into the band, into the Ventura County Concert Band,
mhm.
but he actually moved to the Bay Area last year, I think.
Oh yeah,
And
I heard
he
about that.
joined yeah, he joined the local band, community concert band there.
Mhm.
So maybe you can ask him and see him what's up, because I think he's in
Yeah.
like the San Jose area.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think he's in not in San Jose, he's in
I think in Milpitas.
Milpitas, yeah.
Yeah. I know also my university's marching band actually accepts open university students to come
Oh yeah,
back.
yeah, yeah.
So it's like you don't even have to be a full-time student to join the marching band.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
You literally just have to pay for like the one credit class out of pocket.
Yeah.
And it's pretty affordable, but it's like it gets you into the marching band and all the perks that has to
Oh
do
yeah,
with it,
that's
to
pretty
like
sweet.
doing all the performances and everything. And it's like I honestly I'm like since I started going back to school again last spring, I'm like on track to graduate I think by next fall with a
Mhm.
bachelor's in communications because I'm taking everything slow.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Take it on
So
your own pace for
yeah, yeah,
sure.
yeah. Like even if like I'm still in the area and I have free time from work, I might as well join the marching band again if I really want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a whole commitment.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Like, again, it's that thing where like you don't want to do a crappy job because you
Yeah,
know how
yeah,
much of a commitment it takes.
yeah. And it's like if I were to do it, I wanted to make sure I do it right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You don't
Never,
want to half-ass it.
yeah. Hmm. But yeah.
Yeah. Full ass or no ass, right?
Oh yeah. Any other things you want to talk about?
Yeah, that's all I got for miscellaneous topics. So let's move on to like what I call the four ones, and
Uh,
those are like your future goals, in a week, a month, a year, and a decade. Um, so where do you like see yourself in those like timelines?
First off, in a week, I probably see myself. What's today? Saturday. Probably like tired from work.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I like just started the fall semester, right? Yeah, fall
Mhm.
semester again here at San Jose State. So
Okay.
I'm like starting up classes again.
Mhm.
I only have like two classes, but I'm probably going to be working on those.
Yeah.
I'm probably,
And
hmm?
and that's all online for you?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's all online. For fun though, I'm actually taking a guitar class.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There you go.
So I'm trying to get some music into me. So I'm going
Mhm.
to try that out. Plus, since I'm taking everything slower, I'm picking up the music minor again. So when I graduate with communication, I hopefully will get the music minor too with it. But yeah, hopefully I get all those classes because like as an open university student, getting ad codes is a pain.
Yeah, because you're not prioritized at all, right?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
like
You
at the
just
bottom.
yeah. I'm at the bottom of the barrel. I'm like
Oh
scraping
man.
the bottom. It's like
Yeah.
add code.
Ad code, yeah. No,
Yeah, like
I know what you mean.
yeah. Um, in a month, uh, I see I see myself like hopefully in a month I would be better at guitar by taking that guitar
Oh
class.
yes. Yeah.
Like guitar is always something I've always wanted to pick up, but I never was able to like figure it out
Yeah.
completely.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, like I played drums for so long in high school, but I never figured out the whole fret situation. Never could click with me.
Yeah, same.
So hopefully in a month I can be more versed in a new musical
Yeah.
instrument.
Yeah. Do you have a guitar
Yeah,
laying around? Okay.
yeah. I got a funny story. I actually used the scholarship money we got from our senior year band to buy a guitar.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Because
yeah,
remember,
I remember that money. Yeah.
yeah, I used that scholarship money that I got to just buy a guitar because I never had a guitar and I always wanted one.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's an electric guitar.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
also have an acoustic guitar that my old roommate just gave to me because he moved back to Ohio or something.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I got a whole band in my closet, dude. It's so bad.
Yeah. See. I have the drum set. We can jam out anytime. Although I'm pretty rusty myself.
Yeah. In a year, I probably see myself like wrapping up graduating or wrapping up my last semester at San Jose State to finally get my degree. Like, and hopefully in a year, I'm definitely gonna be like moved out somewhere else with my
Mhm.
girlfriend, because we live with her family now just to save money. For
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, because
No,
the
I get
Bay
that.
Area is expensive. But like, she's right now working on becoming she's doing this online boot camp right now to become a data analyst. So
Oh, that's pretty cool.
yeah, so she is actually learning Python right now,
Mhm.
and she's like uh 2 months into like a 3 month long boot camp, and then after she's going to be able to get hopefully a job in the tech industry somewhere in the area, and those pay really well for data analysts.
Oh yeah. Those code boot camps, they're vigorous, but like they're such a quick and easy way to transition into like the software industry.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
yeah, it's and like once you get into the software industry, you immediately go into like the middle class. It's pretty much.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty good path if you kind of like that industry. I know some people aren't, coders and stuff like
Hmm.
that, but
Yeah, well, she actually graduated from University of New Mexico with a
Mhm.
bachelor's in mathematics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and she actually was super interested in astronomy too.
Oh, yes. I love
Yeah,
astronomy. That's what I wanted
yeah.
to do. I actually wanted to when I was growing up, I wanted to work or I wanted to be an astronaut, but I knew that was really difficult. So I was like, all right, I'll do the next best thing, and then I want to work for NASA one day.
Yeah, dude, same thing for her. She's always wanted to work for NASA. And like I remember she
Yeah.
even made this like model to like for like finding out certain stars in the system.
Oh,
Like
that's cool.
she did this
Yeah.
whole thing in Python, but I don't understand any coding, so I don't know exactly.
Okay.
I should send you over to the slideshow just to show you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd
Really
be cool.
interesting.
Yeah, you can send it to me after.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, hopefully in like a year we can be all moved out, like
Mhm.
working on getting to that next step in our lives together.
Yes. Do you know what you want to do with your degree?
Not entirely sure at the moment. Like I'm interested in like on like social media management,
Mhm.
like big tech communication kind of. I like to work behind the scenes more or less. So
Mhm.
it's like if anything, I would say that could use that communications degree because the communications degree is pretty vague, like
Yeah,
in
communication is
general.
very big. I think of communications like marketing.
Yeah,
Like if
yeah,
you think of
yeah,
marketing, marketing requires like communication to like customers, right? Like
yeah,
you
yeah,
have
yeah,
some
yeah.
product, you're trying to convey some message,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
convince people.
yeah, yeah. And it's like a lot of people associate communication with public speaking too, and
Yeah.
like also just like I want to say like public image kind of stuff.
Hmm.
It's like there's this like thing that like I at first actually wanted to be like a speech therapist, but then like you said, the marketing got really interesting to me,
Yeah.
and like, but I didn't want to go into marketing specifically because that's just a really particular kind of thing to study, marketing. So I felt like communication would be like big enough to like sort of get me in all the doors at the same time and just sort of figure it out after.
Yeah, that it takes it a step back further because if you go into marketing, like you have to go into business, which is
Yeah.
already like very specific.
Yeah, and
But
also
if you
very
go into,
competitive.
yeah, very competitive. But if you go into communications, that's kind of vague, and you can kind
Mhm.
of do a lot with that.
Yeah, and honestly, at the end of the day, it just matters for your connections
Yeah, yeah.
because
Just
your
you
network,
know.
because with your networking in what you do, it sort of really sort of paves the way in what career path you want to take.
Hmm. Yep.
Because it's because I know like I enjoy my work at Starbucks. I'm definitely not going to be there forever though. I know once a store opens up in the Bay Area that needs a manager, I can probably get the position as like a full-time manager.
Yeah.
And that pays pretty well, but I probably wouldn't do that for the rest of my life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So like maybe even like go into like a corporate job for Starbucks would be cool. Using a communication degree and using all my
Yeah.
years in Starbucks to use
Yeah.
that as leverage to get into the company
Yeah.
in a corporate level. I also thought about moving into the Seattle area.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's where Starbucks
Yeah.
started.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and this fun fact, I actually met my girlfriend at Starbucks.
Oh, nice. So
Yeah,
like
we
it runs in your blood.
yeah,
Good
so like
point.
we actually my old location, we actually met there and we were both supervisors.
Mhm.
Yeah, and so like she even thought like if she can get a coding job with Starbucks, that'd be cool too.
Yeah.
Because like the company like it sucks for like the retail part of it, baristas, but once you get to the corporate level, it's really nice up there.
Oh yeah, 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 for sure. Yeah.
Mhm.
Corporate has its own problems, but I think once you're generally there, you can live like a pretty you can make like a good living.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But we'll just have to see it once I get the degree.
Yeah, you gotta feel around.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just feeling it away once I get there.
Hmm.
In a decade, oh, I'll be like 36. Ugh.
Oh God, you're making us feel old.
Dirty 30.
We're basically boomers, right?
Basically. Uh, well, hopefully in a decade I'll have a house by then, or at least like more or less settled down. At least for like not like too unsure about everything. I think the prime time for me to settle down would be like in my early 30s, late 30s, or like around the 30ish age because like once you get to that age, you want to figure out like all right, do I want to start a family? Do I want to like keep my career like as the
My
focal point?
career. Yeah.
Because that also depends on like what career I'm taking. If I'm
Yeah.
like more of a lax career that I could balance a family with if I decide to make a family, or like
Hmm.
if I need to make sure my career is number one priority, you know.
Yeah.
But I just hope my goal is just in a decade I'm still happy. I'm still like doing what I want to do
Mhm.
and not like regretting anything. Because like you never want to like go back to like regretting what you did a few years back in that,
Yeah.
because it's like, you know, if you keep on like if you keep on elaborating on the past, you're never going to look forward to the future.
Mhm.
Like you're not going to succeed today if you keep on thinking about what you didn't do right the day before or whatever. It's like you just go to sleep, you wake up, and you just need to just do something better.
Yeah, like you can't look forward if you're always looking back, you know?
Hmm.
Sounds kind of cheesy, but like it doesn't
Yes,
make sense.
yeah, it's true. It's true though.
Yeah.
But yeah, but
Cool.
yeah.
I'll give you mine like really quick. I've done it a few times. Um a week and a month, probably the same thing. I'm just working from home.
Mm,
for those that don't know, I'm an iOS developer, so I do a lot of programming, coding, all that stuff for a
Mhm.
manufacturing company here in Oxnard. So that's what I do in my day job. In a year, I really want to get like a house. I've been saving up a lot of money for a house. So first I did the financially responsible thing and I paid off all my debts.
Mhm.
Um, so now it's just saving, saving, saving. And I know that I'm very privileged to still have my job, and because I work in the software industry, I'm relatively unaffected by the pandemic. So I think I'm in a very fortunate position because my parents they own a nail salon and they haven't worked for a long time.
Mhm.
So um yeah, so that's what I want to do in a year. In a decade, probably very similar answer to you. I probably see myself like settling down somewhere. And I
Mhm.
don't know if in Oxnard, I don't know if in the county. I'm actually not sure.
Yeah.
Um, but I think like in a decade, I would like to build like a portfolio of like real estate. Just to like build up my net worth.
Mhm.
That's kind of hard to do in California because California is so expensive in terms of housing,
Yeah. Yeah,
right?
definitely.
So yeah, even to get your foot in the door is a lot. It's a lot of money.
Mhm.
Yeah, because on average, like a house here is what it's like 500,000. You need to put 20% down, which is like 100K. So you need to have
Yeah.
100K just liquid, like liquid cash. That's a lot of money.
Yeah,
Uh,
there's houses in this area that go for a couple million.
yep, yep.
Mhm.
It's all about the
I
area.
Yeah, actually have my older half brother
Mhm.
that I've recently gotten really close with. He lives in SF now, and he actually owns a house over there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he bought it back in 2006, I think. So, and I remember he was trying to sell it last year, but he couldn't do it because like didn't get a good enough price because people wouldn't want to buy it for the price that it's actually worth.
Yeah,
Yeah, real estate, dude.
yeah, real
It's a
estate.
crazy market.
Yeah, it's a crazy market. It's all about location. It's all about
Yeah,
location. Cause
location, location, location.
yeah, I saw on the news it was some like really rundown house, and I forgot. I think it was in San Francisco. It was a
Mhm.
really rundown house, but it was
Oh
in
yeah,
like
I think I've heard of that
great
story.
location. Yeah, it was in a great location, and the house is literally like a shack.
Yeah, yeah,
But it was going for like a million plus
yeah,
because of the location. Because
yeah,
you
dude.
can level the place, you can tear it down and build a
Uh
new
huh.
place, and it's in a
Yeah,
great location.
that's what people are doing.
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy.
That's
Real
the
estate's
dream.
crazy. It's the dream.
Mm.
Um, and the last question, this is what I thought of since the last podcast. Like, what are you like? What is your most idealistic self, the version of you? Like when you think of like you in the future in like the happiest, I don't know, like state doing what you love. What does that person look like?
From like where I am now, or from when I was in high school? Or did I?
Now.
Uh, uh, like idealistic version.
Yeah.
I think the idealistic version I see of myself is like a person that is open to everyone and
Mhm.
able to like connect with people that I didn't think I could connect with. Cause like I don't know if it's like really cheesy to say, but like there's a community with like Starbucks baristas, and it's like it's a close knit community that
Yeah,
we
yeah.
have with other partners, which is what we call each other in the Starbucks company. We don't call each other's coworkers; we call each other partners.
Mm.
And it's like that's that one thing I learned about myself from working with Starbucks is that like I've found how important it is to have a community, and not just like a community for work, a community of friends, just a community. It can be an
General, yeah.
yeah, yeah, it could just be an online community of friends. It could be like a community of just people you meet at a cafe somewhere. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like the idealistic person. I see myself as the person that connects people together. I want to make sure that people are like talking with everyone they need to talk to, getting people together, and making sure that people are like not by themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And making sure that everyone is assured that they are like they have support. You know what I mean? Because that's something I feel like I'd really thrive in the future if I were to ever go into some form of career using my communication major. Is that I want to make sure that I can foster a community of some sort.
Yeah.
There's some form of community that is behind some bigger goal or something like that. And those are some skills that I learned from being in the band and learning from all the experiences of being a drumline captain and everything. Is just the importance of achieving that greater goal and making sure you're keeping that community as tight and more like loving and supportive of each other as possible.
That's a good way to wrap that all up and wrapping it back to his band or relating it back to band. That was a good way to wrap it up.
Thanks. I've been practicing.
I was practicing in the mirror for like 5 hours. No, just kidding.
But yeah.
No, that's awesome. I forgot there was something I was gonna mention about that. Like you could use that communication as a like tool to connect people within the community.
Yeah.
Because I know like communicating with people, I think is a lot more difficult than we think it is.
Oh yeah. I know for sure.
Yeah. Like we think like, oh, talking like that's easy, just do it, But it's a lot harder than it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, and it's something people don't really think about, but it's like you have this nonverbal communication that everyone does, and it's these little mannerisms that you can pick up from people. It's like you can tell if they're a little more like to themselves, if they're more outgoing. But yeah.
All right, cool. All right, Xandro, we've been at this for almost 4.5 hours. Let's wrap this up.
Well, that's what we get because we haven't really talked in so long.
Yeah, no, it's been great talking to you.
I know. It didn't even feel like a podcast. It just felt like two friends catching up.
Yeah. Any shout outs or you want to give or anywhere we can find you?
Well, recently I've been streaming a lot on Twitch as just Initial XO. I just enjoy playing video games a lot, and I just felt like since the pandemic's going on, I just have free time. It was like, I might as well stream some video games, have some fun.
Yeah, I hop on occasionally.
Yeah.
On the stream.
Yeah, but you just catch me there. I think that's the only really other place you can see me. I know, like, I'm not really good on social media. I tend to just fall off the face of the earth and never post anything for like a few years. But yeah,
that's okay. I feel like nowadays we've kind of like oversaturated on social media.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I've honestly felt like I've grown out of social media.
Yeah,
I know this is a very boomer thing to say, but but it's like if you open up your Facebook app, you're just gonna see the same stuff over and over.
Yeah, that's something that like I've definitely thought about, how technology doesn't really respect your time. They actually want to do the opposite. They want all of your attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just information overload, and our society is just used to that now.
Yeah. And like the instantaneous, like we want instantaneous results or like, it's just a lot. I don't know. It's just something I thought about, during school.
Yeah.
Like especially during our ethics class.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like our impact of our work as a software person.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, Xandro, it was good talking to you.
Good talking to you too.
Yeah. I'll talk to you later.
All right. See ya.